Hello. Can I hear myself on Twitch? I can't because Twitch is late. Ah, yes, I could. Never mind. Oh god. And I can hear myself on YouTube as well. Great. That means everything is working, which means we can switch scenes and there we go. Hello, Satoru. I don't know if you're back already, but hello anyways. If you do come back, I'll say hello again, I suppose. And hello, Swevy. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Let me grab back all of my windows. There you go. Hello. I hope everyone is doing well. We just had a few messages exchanged on the Discord server, and I love the image that Chip sent about Cantarella versus Camellia, and my response to him was that Cantarella versus Camellia was the Freaks fight, Cantarella versus Carlotta was the Physalia versus Montelli fight, and Cantarella versus the Shorekeeper would be the blue waifu fight. So yeah, we are having some waifu fights in Wuthering Waves, which is quite interesting, I suppose. But once again, I will have to dip into my Zani funds for Cantarella, so I'm kind of oh god, I just wish I knew when Zani would come home, you know? But anyway, this... Why am I starting the stream about waifus? Who knows? Maybe it's because I've also seen a Reddit post of the voice actress for Willow, who was doing a Ask Me Anything type of post on Reddit, which was quite interesting to read as usual. I believe her name is Madeline D. Perhaps, maybe, I think. I do remember the Madeline part of her name. I'm not entirely sure on her last name, but you can find it on the Reverse 1999 subreddit over there. And as usual, you know, it gives us a bit of an insight on how voice acting works and how they come up with the characters and stuff like that. And, well, if you've seen my thumbnail either on the Discord server or on YouTube, well, you know that I put the focus on the HAG, the old HAG, Willow, because I'm actually genuinely interested in this character. Honestly, part of me wants to pull for her, but I know that without Tuesday, she does not... Oh god, I was going to make a joke, but... well... You know what? I am going to say it, and you can be the judge of whether or not that joke is in poor taste. What I was going to say is that Willow, without Tuesday, cannot stand on her own. And the reason why I'm a bit iffy about this joke, or this comment, I suppose, is because Willow doesn't have a leg, right? She lacks a leg, so... yeah, she has some trouble actually standing up.
That coming, did you?
Yeah, I should have thought of that about that comment before. And bonsoir, Chip. Yeah, I did not see how insensitive my comment might have been. But to be fair, what I'm saying is true in terms of gameplay. Willow kind of needs Tuesday. And yeah, maybe I should have chosen other words. But to be fair, I try to use the first type of phrasing that comes to my mind. Sounds like skill issue to me. Yeah, probably in the sense that, you know, English is still not my primary language, you know. But hello, Ktos. And hello, Jujujit. How are you guys doing? Oh god, we have a combo of Kuru Kuru and then Osmanthus wine.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I
oh boy.
remember. But where are those
that reminds
who
me.
share the memory?
You know, we now have characters within the world of Tevat, you know, specific characters that are randomly placed in the world, and you can go and talk to them. And one day I saw that there was a Zhongli one, and I thought, oh, it's fine, I can go talk to him later on. But today, when I wanted to go talk to him, he wasn't there anymore. So I missed the Zhongli one, so now I'm sad. Instead, I did the Shenhe one, and unfortunately, Shenhe did not have a voice. So I was kind of disappointed. Likewise, I started the Yume Mizuki event thingy. And there as well, there were some voices missing. The one that I noted the most was Yoimiya, because Yoimiya is such a bundle of joy, you know. So I wish I could hear her voice. Likewise, Arataki Ito, he's a very fun character. I know he appears too much in events. I know that many people have had complaints about that. But I believe his voice actor is Max Middleman, and he does such a fantastic job voicing Ito. So not having that really, it pains me, you know. I have the poison comps and all, but I don't know how to use Willow. To be fair, I don't know how to use her either. All I know is that I think she's very pretty, and I like her personality. She's very abrasive in terms of personality, you know. Wait, did I say hello to Jigjijit? If I didn't, then hello. If I did, then hello again. Why not? I did say hello to Klaus, that I do remember. But yeah, just in case. As always, I try to remain polite and say hello to everyone. But yeah, I don't know how to play Willow. All I know is that she turns the poison stacks into Hag's Bane stacks, and that's good. So yeah, as you can see, yeah, I Win to Lose Gaming can't beat me with my with my build guides and how to play the characters guys. You know, my guides are the best. She turns the poison stacks into Hagsbane, and that's good. Basically, that's all I know. And I know that Tuesday is very important for Willow, because Tuesday allows more stacks of poison, which will in turn be turned into Hag's Bane. And on top of that, she allows poison to actually crit, because they can't crit usually. So yeah, without critting, of course, the damage plunges into the abyss. And that's quite sad. Speaking of the abyss, I actually did the abyss, which was fairly easy. And I mean, to be fair, I used two of the strongest composition or teams in the game to clear the abyss real fast. On one side, I used Sitlali, Mawika, Shilonen, and Bennett. On the other side, I used Zhongli, Arlecchino, Kazuha, and Yelan. Like those teams, you can't beat them. So, of course, it was rather easy. However, and let me pause for a second for dramatic effect. However, let us talk about Honkai Star Rail for a second. And hello, Dom. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Ah, man. I tried to do the Memory of Chaos, since, you know, yesterday you guys voted that we continue Reverse 1999 story tomorrow as well. We are skipping the all the end games type of stream, so I started doing all of my end games, and I did Memory of Chaos, and I cannot describe the I anyway, it was a pain. It was an absolute pain. I mean, I was a bit worried about everyone saying that floor 10 was difficult, but it was a breeze for me. I managed to clear floor 10 quite easily. I was very happy about that. Floor 11, it took me a while, but that's because I used a Jingliu team, and on Jingliu's side, goddamn, did it take me a while. I think I used 9 turns in total to clear that side. Not that side. I used 9 turns to clear the whole floor 11. But out of these 9 turns, I 0 cycled with my Aglaya team on one side, and I 9 cycled on the other side with Jingliu. So there was that. Do you know how to get to Baija's boss, Lamp Illumin? You should be able to teleport to it, right? Unless you have to, discover it first. There is a teleport waypoint up north above the Lamp Illumin, and around that teleport waypoint, there is an entrance to the cavern where, and that cavern leads to where the Lamp Illumin is. Never mind, I got it. Well, you still got the explanation. I know this is random. Why do you sound like Cypher? I sound like Cypher? What did I what did I do? Wait, what? Do I uh, uh wait, first of all, who is Cypher? But for some reason the only Cypher I can think of is the bald bad guy from Matrix. Is that the one you're talking about? You're probably not talking about him, are you? Do I sound like a villain? Cypher from Valorant. Oh, right. I remember he's the French dude, right? You guys talked to me about him. And well, unfortunately, I don't. Well, I've never heard his voice, so I don't know how he sounds. I have seen him though. I have looked him up, but I have never heard his voice. Now the French dude was Chamber. Oh, well, the both of their names start with a C. You know. Okay, I have to admit I just forgot about Chamber, or rather, I forgot about the name, but I can still picture him in my mind. Morocco, if I recall correctly. Do you mean that Cypher is from Morocco? Well, I'm not from there. I've never been to Morocco. Wish I could though. It seems like a very pretty place, but I'm too lazy to go to go to Morocco. I mean, to be fair, there are other places I'd like to go first before Morocco, namely Iceland. I would really like to visit Iceland. I've been to Iceland, kind of. I stopped there on my way to New York City. I was going to New York City with a friend, and we had a stop, you know, where you had to change the plane. I don't remember. What do you call that? I don't remember what it is called when you have to change planes. But yeah, we had to change planes. So we were in Iceland for a couple of hours, not anything more. But the view, even from the plane of Iceland, it was beautiful. And ever since then, and it's been quite a few years. God damn, I think I was in New York 9 years ago. Oh wow, time does fly. Anyway, the fact is, ever since then, I've always wanted to actually take the time to visit Iceland. Even though, technically speaking, there isn't much. I mean, in terms of cities and stuff like that, the island is not very populated. I believe there is a meme going around about Iceland being there might be more sheep in Iceland than actual people. But still, the landscapes, I feel like they would be very, very pretty. Um, Now I wait for someone to help. I should have not ascended my world. Oh, perhaps send a message on the Discord server. Perhaps someone could help you. Although, to be fair, I believe that the only one who could would be Mihai, because I think he's the only one in on EU. Well, technically speaking, Jit is in EU as well in terms of servers, but she doesn't play Wuthering Waves. So yeah, if Mihai is somewhere, maybe he can help you. Genshin, no, he's talking about Wuthering Waves. No, the French dude was, yeah, I read that. I know you're French, but you sound the same. I see. I'll try to listen to his voice later on. Let me actually, what do you call that? Note that down. What is his name again? Cypher. Cypher from Valorant. I'm actually curious about that. Oh, by the way, speaking of notes, if you're still here, I forgot to read about the cannibal. I still have him in my notes. And yesterday you requested the music from Flory to the Golden City, you know, the music from the event. And I thought about it at 5:59. So 1 minute before starting stream. So yeah, I did not have time to look it up. But I will. I promise you. I am slow, but I always eventually deliver. You know, in Wuthering Waves, we have the catchphrase, we promise we deliver, or something like that for Lolo Logistics. Well, my catchphrase is, I promise and I eventually deliver. It will happen. By the way, should I invest in Baija more than level 70? Like, would she be useful in late game? Yes, definitely, because you need 3 healers, I'd say. Well, depending on your skill issue or not, but you need 3 teams to clear Tower of Adversity. So having 3 healers is usually best. And currently, there aren't that many healers in the game. Baija is a prime free-to-play example. Verina is probably the best healer out of the... Well, no, technically speaking, the Shorekeeper is the best healer and support for what she brings. Verina is close second, and Baija is third. And that's all we have at the moment in terms of healers. So you kind of need to build all of them. Unless you somehow manage not to need a healer, and in that case, you could use 3 damaging characters, like 1 main DPS and 2 sub DPSs. But most composition in terms of teams don't work that way. So I would recommend building Baija. In my opinion, she is useful. And on top of that, I actually used her today to clear Tower of Adversity. I used her, I used Verina, I used the Shorekeeper. So yeah, she definitely is useful in endgame content. Am I missing out anything? No, I don't think so. So there you go for the advice. Um, Speaking of endgame content, yes, I would like to get back to Honkai Star Rail just for a quick second, because that was quite painful. Well, the thing that was most painful was the fact that... Oh, I forgot to delete his mess. Oh, the message... Oh, well, guys, I learned something new. When you ban someone, their message is automatically deleted. Before, I used to just delete the message and then ban the person, but I don't even need to go through that extra step. I can just ban them. Great, we've learned something new today. But yeah, to get back to Honkai Star Rail, what do you call that? Where is Satoru at? Shake my head. That is true. Our moderator is not here. He was here for the first minute of the stream, and then he said, "I'll be back in 5 minutes," and then he never came back. What happened to our moderator? Who knows? I don't know. Probably busy doing other things. I don't know why I remind you of Cypher. Don't mind me. Don't you mean that I remind you of Cypher, not that you remind me of... I mean, the phrasing... Isn't it supposed to work the other way around? Because you can't remind me of Cypher since I don't know Cypher, but I can remind you of Cypher since you... Yeah. Anyway, yeah, sorry. Englando, no blah blah. I think it's no habla inglés in Spanish. I do speak a tiny bit of Spanish. Don't ask me to teach you anything in Spanish. I know we have a redeem thingy for me teaching you French, and I can absolutely teach you French. There is no problem with that. But I can't teach you Spanish. Don't ask me that. Yes, sí, yes. Yes is sí in Spanish, which is quite confusing because we also have sí in French, and it's the word for if. Well, if you take sí in French, you would translate it to if in English, but sí in Spanish is yes. So yeah, not confusing at all. But yeah, the thing I wanted to mention was my poor Acheron in Honkai Star Rail, because, man, I cleared the second phase, the second part of floor 12 with my Aglaya team. So honestly, it was a breeze with Aglaya. It took me 4 turns to kill Nikador and the minions before that. So honestly, it was pretty good, especially since my Aglaya is not the best in terms of build. I'm still working on her relics. But my first team was Aventurine with the light cone that gives debuffs, Black Swan for more debuffs and Death Red, Pela for more debuffs and Death Red, and Acheron. Do you know how long it took me to clear their side? It took me 10 fucking turns. It took me 10 turns with Acheron on her side. Like, how does that even make sense? And my Acheron is, okay, probably not number one Acheron EU, but um, she was hitting anywhere close to the bare minimum I saw for her was 250,000 for her burst. And usually she would hit around 3 to 400. And one time I saw she was at 590,000 damage with her burst. And she did that multiple times over the course of 10 turns. And it still took me 10 freaking turns to actually kill that side of the memory of chaos. And I was like, what just happened? And on the other side, of course, Aglaia was dealing some anywhere between 600 and 800k per basic attack or enhanced basic attack. So yeah. So yeah, people were not kidding with the HP inflation. It's kind of insane. And keep in mind that I have an E1S1 Aglaia. So yeah, that was a bonus, you know. A regular Aglaia wouldn't do as much unless she has a better and stronger build. But man, it was insane. I mean, I'm going to retry it probably later on. But yeah, just the fact that Acheron would take 10 turns in one side, I was like, yeah, no, something is wrong with the game. Because my Acheron used to be able to clear her side. I have 0 cycled with my Acheron. So there is no reason for her not to be able to clear this side. I'm not asking for a 0 cycle. I'm just asking to clear it in like 5 turns, you know? So yeah, I really don't understand. The worst part is I even, you know, for some specific teams, I even built my Remembrance Trailblazer just to try things out. Didn't work out too well. He's not really that useful. I mean, his action forward comes at the worst times. Sometimes you can plan it properly. Sometimes you can't. Have you seen 2.6? Wait, we are already in 2.6? 2.6. Wait, 2.6. Oh, for reverse. You're talking about reverse. Yes, I have seen images of 2.6, Dom. For reverse, I saw that there is someone called Aleph, I think. And I don't know who he is. I don't know where he comes from. I am getting him. I do not care. He looks insane. He looks absolutely awesome. Let me check if I can show you. Unless someone does not want to be shown the newer characters that are upcoming in 2.6, let me know. And I won't show it on stream. But yeah, the new characters, at least Aleph looks insane. The rest of them I don't know because I couldn't really see him. He is the rest of the images were too small. I was on Reddit when I saw that. Does Pridewin have their image? No, they have not. They do not have. Let me see. Reverse 1999. Oh, that was one more 9 than I needed. 2.6 characters. And yeah, we finally have a husbando. So for anyone who wanted a husbando to pull for, I mean, husbando, that's one way of putting things, you know. Alright, I'm having liking reverse artworks on Twitter due to 2.6 announcement. I'm having liking. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I keep getting bodied in 200 meters. Haven't touched 110 and below yet. Wait, you've gone to 200 meters in the, what do you call that? The Reverie Euphoria thingy? I haven't even started that. God damn. And wait, your P5 Lucy keeps dying. Well, I'm screwed. I have a P0 Lucy. How am I even going to do anything? I'm having a hard time liking reverse artworks on Twitter due to 2.6 announcement. Why do you not like them? I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understand what you mean, Chip. I'm having a hard time liking. So you don't like the reverse artworks on Twitter? I mean, I hate peeking ahead contents. Ah, I see. Okay, so in that case, I'm not gonna show things on stream, but um, let's just say that Aleph is a character that I'm really looking forward to. I don't know who the other characters are, to be fair. I didn't even know. Oh, one of them is called Recoleta. She looks cute. Don't know if I'm going to pull for her, but I'm definitely pulling for Aleph. That's for sure. I think you skipped my message or I'm deaf. Not sure which message. Should I still try to get Phoebe's weapon or pull on normal hours? I'm at 40 pity. What do you mean normal hours? I don't even know what that means. And I did not see your message. So you are not deaf, if that's your concern. No worries about that. But yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by normal hours. And well, I mean, if you want to pull for her weapon, you can. I mean, since you have her, you might as well build her fully. But it's not a requirement. That being said, oh right, no, you know what? The weapon that you get for free in the fishing event is very good for her. So you don't actually need her weapon. So if you want to get to save for something else, you could probably get away with just giving her the fishing weapon. And don't worry. Well, I was going to say you don't have to fish, but yes, you actually do have to fish to participate in the event. But don't worry, you don't have to go through like 2,000 fishes to get that weapon. It's actually fairly easy. And to be honest, I've had a lot of fun playing through the fishing event in Wuthering Waves. But yeah, you don't need her weapon if you don't want to go for it. The question is, do you want to go for it or not? But it is not a requirement, is what I mean. If I saw one, I just let it slide and pretend nothing happened. Fair enough. All I want is character information. Same thing. Except for that Kakanya garment on the next patch. I did not see that. Wait, do we have a Kakanya garment? Well, yesterday I was mentioning that I never bought any of the garments. Well, if there is a Kakanya garment, you bet that I am going to buy it. I have the funds for it, so I might as well. Do we really have a Kakanya garment? Let me check. Where is she? That's Fatutu. I'm not really interested in Fatutu. Where is Kakanya? I do not see Kakanya. I don't really know what to think about it. It's purple. I mean, I'm so used to her green. I mean, it looks good, but I'm so used to her green. Still, I think we finally found a. Wait, it's not the same. Does she have two garments? What is going on? You know what? I will see it when it comes out in the game. I'm confused. I'll see it later on, whenever it comes out in the game, and if I like it, I mean, I am probably going to buy it just because it's Kakanya. You know, she is the one character that I'm trying to get to max everything. You know, so I might as well max her out even in the fashion department. I meant like normal banners, like Phoebe's banner. I was talking with someone when I can play. Lamau. Not sure what that last part meant. Um, well, Phoebe works well at sequence 0. Yes, I believe they are called sequences in Wuthering Waves. So once again, it is not a question of need, it is a question of want. Do you need do you want to pull for a sequence for Phoebe? Do you want to pull for her weapon? You don't need to. She works. I mean, I have a S0 Phoebe, and she works really well. I mean, I even cleared the central tower with Phoebe, at least the first half. The second half, I couldn't get all the stars, but I will have to retry that later on. But still, yeah, she works well. So it's not a question of need, it's more of a question of want. Do you want to? Uh, uh, if you want optimal advice, I'd say you should probably save for a new character, because in my opinion, having more characters is usually better than investing into one single character, because, well, having horizontal investment is usually better, because at some point you are going to need 3 teams at least for Tower of Adversity. You might need a couple of teams. Never mind, you only need 1 team for Whimpering Wastes. No, you need 2 teams. You need 2 teams. So yeah, overall, I'd say you don't need to pull for them. If you want to, go for it. If you don't want, save and wait for a new character. What's with Hoyo and Kuro Games having banters with fishing? I don't know, but honestly, I much prefer the fishing in Wuthering Waves than the one in Genshin. Because the one in Genshin, I think there might have been a little quest to introduce us to the gameplay, but honestly, the whole quest line for the fishing event in Wuthering Waves is, in my opinion, very interesting. I haven't finished it, but it was very interesting, and it allows us to spend some time with Phoebe, you know? And on top of that, the fishing itself, the gameplay of fishing, is, I do feel, more interesting in Wuthering Waves. It has a bit more variety. It's not like the most riveting gameplay. Of course, I prefer the combat aspect of Wuthering Waves. The combat is the greatest strength of this game. But the fishing is honestly, like, there is a lot to do there. And I like the fact that we can upgrade Rachel, our Echo. It's kind of funny. There is a sense of progression. There is a reason for us to actually fish beyond getting rewards. I just want to upgrade Rachel. That's a kind of stupid reason, but you know. Wait, what game are we playing today? We are playing Reverse 1999 today. We are playing Reverse, but you know, during our yapping session, we always yap about everything. But yeah, no, we are playing Reverse. We are continuing the story that we started yesterday. We are on stage, well, we finished stage 4. For some reason, somehow we only managed to go through 4 stages yesterday. So we'll continue that today. I mean, I have her C1, so it kind of hurts to not have her signature. Well, that's a question of wanting, not needing. So once again, if you want to go for her signature weapon, you can, especially since it's guaranteed. You don't have to worry about losing a 75-25. So again, it's, do you want to or not? I can't make that decision for you. Reverse, don't worry, we sometimes going tangents here now. Yeah, we do. Yeah, I go on a lot of tangents. I've said it many times. It is written in my bio on Twitch and YouTube that if you come to watch me, it's for gaming, of course, gacha gaming to be more specific, and a lot of random tangents. Anything that can go through my head will be talking about, I suppose, on stream, more or less. Let me see. Where are we? Isolde Garment wearing a green color palette, while Kakania wearing a purple color. Oh, I did not see that. I did not remember the Isolde Garment. You know what? I might buy 2 garments. One for Isolde, one for Kakania. That way they can match. So sometimes I can have purple Isolde with purple Kakania and green Isolde with green Kakania. Oh, that would be lovely. Or maybe sometimes I could have them with their own respective color, or even switch. That way they use the color of their beloved one. Ah, that's excellent. Thank you for that information. I completely forgot about Isolde's garment. So I'm looking forward to all of this. I know Al seems to not go to tangents too often. I'm guessing that, Dom, your message was probably sarcastic, because I do go on tangents a lot. At least it's not that long. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Chip. For real, all I can say is Flutter Page is so adorable. I finished it in one sitting, like 9 p.m. to 2 a.m. Oh god, don't be me. Yeah, no, I can't do this in one sitting, because while it took you, what, 5 hours to finish it. I'm guessing you weren't streaming, perhaps, maybe? Even if you were, I feel like no one can compare to my timing. I take way too much goddamn time to finish things. So yeah, no, I'm not finishing this in one sitting, which is why tomorrow we are skipping the all the endgames type of stream and we are continuing the story because I don't think I will finish the story today. Let us be honest. Have you bought Isolde's garment though? Um, um, nope. I have never bought any garments in Reverse 1999 thus far, but it should have a rerun at some point. They always rerun these garments, so whenever there is a rerun, I hope I remember to buy it, you know? No, really, I know someone who tangents for 2 hours and maybe more. Oh god. Oh god. I mean, to be fair, I try to limit my own tangents when I can because my streaming time is kind of limited. Like, basically, I start at 6 p.m. Central European Standard Time, and I end stream usually around 10 p.m. 10 p.m. usually, right? But if I were to go on 2 hour long tangents, then I wouldn't get anything done. It would just be a just chatting stream, basically. And I mean, I'm all for it, but there is so much story that I want to experience, and I love experiencing it with chat because you know you guys have your own ideas, your own thoughts, and we share these things. So I have to limit myself, but otherwise, I could go on for 3-4 hours of non-stop yapping. I just limit myself. I don't know who that person you know is, but they are probably a lovely person, I'm sure. Oh boy, Isolde's garment was still fresh, and I don't think we're seeing that garment rerun soon. Probably at 3.0? Oh. Oh. Well, now I'm sad. Are you happy, Chip? You made me very happy and then you made me sad. It's not your fault, of course. Oh, well, I am a patient man. I have said that many times. I am a patient man. If I have to wait until 3.0 to buy Isolde a garment so she can go and match with her wife, that is absolutely fine. I will wait. Just like I'm still waiting for my for my Kekania banner. I mean, I know it's on March 1st, but yeah, it seems so far away. Oh, never mind, it's a week away, but still. And the problem is, I still don't know if I'll actually be able to get Kakania to P5. That is what scares me the most, because I have about 250 pools saved, but I have no guarantees that I'm actually going to get Kakania. So, which is why I implemented that rule of stopping if I get a single Mercuria, because then, well, I have no interest in owning a P57 Mercuria. I pulled for Willow, but lost the 50-50. Ah, I'm sorry for your loss. Who did you get, though? On the bright side, you can match Isolde's I2 garment on Kakania's advanced garment. That is true. Thank you. You are making me happy again. I'm having mood swings. Oh god. I am now happy again. Yes, I can make it. I can make that work. That is absolutely fine. They will both be purple for a little while, and then they can switch whenever Isolde gets her garment back. Now I have Flutter Page guaranteed, but I'm so tempted, not gonna lie. I understand, even though we haven't gone through much of the story, I have to admit the Willow, the old hag, is very tempting. The one reason I'm not pulling for Willow is just because I don't have Tuesday, and I don't feel like playing Willow without Tuesday. I don't think it will work as well. So there is that. Now I want. No, I want the baby. To wait for the baby. Wait, what? Oh, okay. P1 Isolde. R15 Isolde. You have R15 Isolde? I have to admit, I did not go that far. The only character that I have R15 is Kakania. But yeah, I haven't. R15 Isolde. To be fair, I have to admit, unfortunately, I don't use Isolde that much, which is quite sad. But I don't know how to use her properly. I think. Hmm. By the way, where do I use Sonon's Cascade, the Oculus thingy in Wuwa? I forgot again. It's in your tools menu, or your gadget menu. You can put it on the um, quick wheel of your gadget, and you can use it there. The baby, yes, the baby has been mentioned. Flutterpage the baby. Oh god, I hope that Flutterpage is not the baby, because the baby we are referring to is Tuesday's baby. We are talking about the motel dom. So, I mean, at least Flutterpage is cute. Tuesday's baby is not as cute. Well, Tuesday, you've seen Tuesday's baby. I've drawn it. It's the emote that Chip used. That's the baby. And the baby, yes, Yopta. Oh, there you go again with the Yopta. Not gonna lie, I like the story in 2.3. Flutterpage is there all the time, not the crocodile. Yeah, the pink/purple crocodile. But yeah, Flutterpage, she is cute, but I'm definitely not pulling for her because she's a child. I don't like children. By the way, I feel like I was robbed because I saw an image of a beautiful redhead woman, and then it was a character from Honkai Star Rail. I don't know where that image came from, but it was really lovely. And then I learned that that used to be Tribby. So yeah, I feel robbed because had Tribby been that beautiful woman, I would have pulled for her. But no, we have triplets, we have children instead. So I'm not pulling for her. Or for them, I guess. Anyway. I thought that was universal. What do you mean? What is universal? Where is the Rocker Baby channel points? I forgot. That is where it is. It was somewhere in my mind and it disappeared. So I don't know where it is. There you have it. On top of that, I have to think of which one I should, what do you call that? Switch. And by the way, I will take that note though. Rock Baby Tuesday voice line. There you go. But what do you call that? I will have to remove one of the ones that we already have. Not gonna lie.
According to the judgment
Oh
of the
god.
Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale.
that kind of scared me. Where was I? Not gonna lie, child or not, I'll pull for her if their kit is fun or beneficial for my team. I saw a video from Braxophone with early access to Tribby, and apparently she's very strong. Honestly, I don't understand why she's even a Harmony character, because she deals a decent amount of damage for a buffer, and the way she buffs your team is through a debuff that is on the enemy, from my understanding. So she should be Nihility, not Harmony. I really don't understand what's going on with this game anymore. But yeah, no, she's apparently very strong, so in terms of gameplay, if you want to pull for her, she would probably be useful. That being said, I am still biased against children, so I'm not pulling for her. What was Tribble's role again? Well, there you have it. She's a Harmony character. She's a buffer/debuffer, and she deals damage on top of that. And if you're talking about the story, in the story, basically, from my understanding, she sacrificed a lot. That's why she became a chibi, basically. But she is one of the Chrysos heirs. She was the first demigod in Emphorius. First Morbius in Honkai Impact 3rd, then Majors in Genshin Impact, now Robbie in Honkai Star... Tribby, I'm guessing, in Honkai Star Rail. Nahida in Genshin... Oh, wow. Oh, wow. You're Swavy. Your autocorrect really screwed you over. I had no. Wow. At least for the Robbie slash Tribi in Honkai Star Rail, I understood, but the majors in Genshin, I didn't really understand that. But yes, Nahida in Genshin, yeah, makes sense. Goddamn, your autocorrect makes things funny at least. Harmony, but not nihility. Yeah, I don't really understand, man. Don't ask me. Don't ask me. I don't know why she works that way. But my memory of her gameplay is kind of vague, so I would recommend you watch Braxophone's video. If you don't like him specifically, there are probably... I believe that Guoba Certified made a video on Tribi. I didn't watch it, but I believe he made a video as well. So, well, I'm guessing that plenty of content creators have made those. So if you want to watch how Tribi is, then there you go. And yes, welcome to the world of numbers, definitely, because you are going to see some numbers. I don't really mind if the character is a child or not, as long as the team I'm building is fun. Fair enough. I understand. Sometimes I will pull even for children, like Nahida, for instance. I pulled for her because, number one, I like her personality in general. She's not exactly a child. Sorry, she looks like a child, which is too bad. I'm sad, but I like her as a character. Tribi, on the other hand, I'm just neutral about Tribi. I don't overly like her the way I liked Nahida. So she doesn't have something to overcome my bias of children. Whereas Nahida, I really enjoyed her story and everything around her, so she managed to overcome the children bias. See, that's how I work. Very stupid way of working, I know. I'm stuck in follow-up teams right now. Help. Why? Why would you ask for help? You're welcome to the follow-up teams. Everyone loves follow-up teams. I love follow-up teams. Stay with us. We are welcoming here. Please stay. Next week is the patch, right? Yes, next week we have a Honkai Star Rail patch. I don't know if I'll start it day one. Depends on what else we do. We might go back to some Zenless Zone Zero before we actually get into what you call that? Into Honkai Star Rail. But yeah, next week is the new patch. Nahida is goated, not gonna lie. Yeah, she's a great character. I mean, Tribi is the same old as Nahida, right? Yes, she is. So in a way, technically speaking, Tribi is not a child. They are kind of like Nahida. I mean, we have seen apparently. Well, the image I was talking about was the Rukkhadevata version of Tribi, basically. So there is that. But her, in terms of personality, I don't mind Tribi. Like, as I mentioned, I don't have a negative opinion on her, but I don't have a positive one either. I'm just neutral. I'm like, yeah, she exists. That's cool. That's it. But that's not enough for me to actually pull for the character, you know? 37 keeps pulling me in, and I have P037. That's fine. You know, and 37 is great. She welcomes you to the world of numbers. Can I go eat now? Sure. You can do whatever you want. You're not in a prison, you know, Ktor, so you can do whatever you want. Well, I actually don't know. Maybe you are in prison. But at least my stream is not a prison. If you need to go eat, go and eat. Do what you need to do. Speaking of, you know what? I'm going to launch the game in the meantime. Although I think we are going to have an ad break before we actually get into the nitty-gritty of the game, because, or rather, before we get into the story. I will probably just do my dailies while the ads are running, because I don't want the ads to ruin the story. And unfortunately, some ads are going to run in 10 minutes. So, yeah. I'm probably going to launch the ads myself, so they run now, and then we can play through the story uninterrupted. Thank you, Master. You're quite welcome. Why'd you call me Master? Are you like Fairy from ZZZ? I'm still not used to her calling me Master, so I'm not used to you calling me Master either. So please don't. Not gonna lie, I want other companies pushing Hoyo so that they release QoL updates. Yeah, likewise, same thing. I absolutely agree with you. And I think that the release of... oh god, Kikanya, stop talking. I love you, but please stop. I'm trying to focus on my sentences. I feel like the release of Wuthering Waves pushed Hoyoverse a bit, which is nice, you know. And to be fair, Wuthering Waves has been improving on its own. Wuthering Waves did not need a competitor; they just continuously improved. But the fact is that Wuthering Waves was kind of the challenger in a way, whereas Genshin and Hoyoverse is the established IP. So yeah, I hope that more games are going to push Hoyoverse to make more quality of life updates. And they have been trying to make quality of life updates. But it's true that when you see what Kuro Games is pushing in terms of quality of life compared to what Genshin is doing, you kind of feel bad in the sense that Kuro Games is pushing major quality of life updates every single patch, and it feels like they are doing much more than Genshin is. So it feels kind of sad to see that, but we still should acknowledge the fact that Hoyoverse has been doing some quality of life. Maybe not as much, maybe not exactly what we wanted, to be fair, but they are trying at least. For you, especially, where the hell is the reserve resin recharge on Genshin? That is an excellent question. I don't really know. I don't think we'll ever have an answer to that, unfortunately. Reserve resin is the standard now, not gonna lie. Yeah, it seems to be that way. I mean, no, yes, no, yeah, we have that in ZZZ, we have that in Honkai Star Rail, we have that in Wuthering Waves. Genshin, what happened to you? I suppose we don't have that in Reverse 1999. Although, to be fair, in Reverse 1999, you get so many goddamn jars of candy. That's seriously, you're not lacking in Reverse. I genuinely think that it might be an issue with Genshin's underlying engine/code. Honkai Star Rail and ZZZ have reserve. It could be. You might be right about that. Genshin is quite old after all. Yeah, that we don't know. We don't know how Genshin works under the hood. So it's quite unfortunate, but all we can do is be patient with Hoyoverse and ask them, of course. Ask them politely, you know, don't harass them, but ask them politely to implement more quality of life, and hopefully they will. Let me switch scenes to reverse. There we go. You can see our beautiful Kakanya showing you a mirror for some reason. And where am I at? There we go. There we go. 3 year after quality of life update. Yay. Yeah. They are taking their sweet time to actually make their quality of life update. I feel like it's probably because they have seen what Wuthering Waves was doing, they have seen the players' reaction to Wuthering Waves, and they've decided to move a bit, you know? As long as Darway has Vendetta on Genshin, it will never receive quality of life updates. What? Why do you say that Darway has a Vendetta against Genshin? Why? It's his cash cow. Why would he be mad at his own cash cow? I stopped 2 years ago. Ah, well, in that case, you can't really see the quality of life updates, can you? I am going to run the ads now while I just, you know, do the, what would you call that? The dailies. That's the words. Words. Sometimes they are difficult. And once the ads are gone, we will start the actual story. Words, once again. Hard, difficult speaking. I think I'm going to start speaking like Razor. But while technically the ads are going to run, I'm not going to take an actual break. I'm sorry for those of you who will get ads. Can't really do shit about that. So there is that. There you go. The ads are going to start in a few seconds. First time I've heard this conspiracy. First time for me as well. Not gonna lie, I'm glad I stopped Genshin. I mean, I still love Genshin, personally. Yeah, I still love the game, despite its flaws, you know. That being said, I have to admit, I did not particularly enjoy the direction they took for Natlan. So, yeah.
Faraday's miracle.
I'm waiting to see Notrai and later on Snezhnaya. I really hope that those would be more suited to my taste, hopefully.
To return to my long-term mission. Rest.
If only I could stop playing Hoyo games. Heck, I might sell my Hoyoverse account someday. Isn't that illegal? Isn't that illegal to sell your account? I'm not sure. Be careful with that. Also, another theory I have is that Genshin caters to a very large non-gamer population. They don't really care a lot for a lot of things that gamers care about. There is a fair point. There is a fair point. Genshin has a shit ton of players, so it's hard to please everyone. So there is that to take into account, of course. What is this? Oh, a penumbra thingy. Yay. There are so many I haven't actually done. This page is actually a lie. There are so many here I haven't actually done. Let me see. Wait, yes, my wilderness first. After I played R99, I feel like other companies are more generous. X weapon banner. You feel like other companies are more generous? Other companies? Because I would say that on this channel, we play Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, Wuthering Waves, Reverse 1999, and Zenless Zone Zero, which is quite a lot. And I feel like Bluepoch is probably or Reverse 1999 is probably the most generous one. I'd say. I think you're like a gentleman. I have no time to read this thing. My bad, only Bluepoch. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I feel like Bluepoch is quite generous. And on top of that, I do feel like Kuru Games is also quite generous. Perhaps not as much as Bluepoch, but if I had to rank them, I would say that the most generous would be Bluepoch, then Kuru Games, and last, Hoyoverse. Although I do feel like Hoyoverse is not as greedy as some other companies, which is good, I guess. I mean, I do wish they were a tad bit more generous, but well, we take whatever we can. Wow, I have 1.5 million coins. Yay. I am rich, guys. I am rich. Production, warehouse, not warehouse. Trade, no, workers. This is where I wanted to go. OMG 200%. Yeah, you've seen that. That was 4 200% deals. Although to be fair, I don't really need them, but I have too many coins at this point. I think we can see the difference in the direction for exploration that WoW took for 2.0 gamers who want rewards, so exploration is heavily streamlined. It is, but at the same time, you don't have to actually use that tool. If you just want to run around the place and find the things by yourself, you can. But if you don't have the time, you can just click on the thingy and it will show you where the rewards are. So I feel like it's actually a good thing. Because even with that implementation, there are still a few chests that you can find on your own that are not indicated by that tool. So I feel like it was a good decision on their part, depending on how much time you have to explore or not. So yeah, honestly, I really enjoyed that implementation for exploration in Wuthering Waves. Where am I at? Yeah, Kuro 2. I haven't played WoW because my phone can't handle it. Yeah. Wuthering Waves is quite demanding in terms of resources, even on PC. But it is a very good game. I mean, the 1.0 launch was far from being the best, let's be honest. But I feel like 2.0 was kind of the rebirth for the game, because not only did they continuously improve during the 1.x series of update, But 2.0 brought a whole new vibe to the game that was really nice overall. Like, I have no complaints about 2.0 so far, at least none that I can think of. I really enjoyed my time with 2.0. Whether it was the story, the music, the characters, everything was great. I have no complaints. So I really feel like they have improved a whole lot. Let me see. Who else needs some rest? Wait, at some point I'm going to not have enough people. So I might have to stop. Yeah, they're at 139. They should be able to handle some more work for now. No, what I need is production. There we go. Genshin Impact gave us a whole weapon. What do you mean? They gave us a weapon? What do you mean? What weapon are you talking about, Ktoth? I don't really know what you're talking about. Unless you're talking about the 4-star weapon that you get through events, which is quite usual in a Zuma event. Yeah, but that's a 4-star weapon. And I mean, there is a big difference between the 4-star weapons in Genshin and the 4-star weapons in Wuthering Waves. That, I have to admit, the 4-star weapons in Genshin are much better than the 4-star weapons in Wuthering Waves. But it is kind of offset by the fact that if you want to pull for the weapon on the Wuthering Waves, the 5-star weapon, it is guaranteed. No 75-25, no 50-50, no fate point system, just straight up guaranteed. So I guess that is why their 4-star weapons are not as good as the ones we see in Genshin. But I mean, they even Kuro Games also offers 4-star weapons through their events. So nah, I don't really see a difference. And likewise, the Psy Cubes in reverse, they are exclusively earned through events. In ZZZ, I don't know. I haven't played enough of the game to be able to say anything about that. Where are we? There we go. I need more birds. I'm gonna have to breed some birds soon enough. But for that, I need... Oh, right. I need to buy some keys. Holy shit, you have 240 efficiency. Well, you were well bred. Great. Who else? No, never mind. We have everyone here. Great. It's just that you could have used those roles for the upcoming characters and not wasting the rolls at 25-75 on weapon banner for the character you main. I'm not sure what you meant by that, Chip, because I believe that Chip, not Chip, Chip is you. I'm talking about Ktoth. The weapon he wanted to go for was the one in Wuthering Waves, and there it's actually guaranteed. Commit chocobo eugenics, maximize efficiency, increase productivity. Yes, indeed. I have done that actually. Most of the critters you see here are critters that are bred specifically to get the most efficiency out of them. So that is already kind of what I've done. Also, haven't you gotten a Caratonkel? I don't know which those are. If you see one here, let me know, because I don't know what the Caratonkels are. Certainly not you. Should be someone like you. You are a beast. You are a regular carbuncle. Do we have others? Oh, he's special? Is he special? No, oh no, it's because he's trained. It's one of the first few ones that I got. So, yeah, no, I guess not. A carbuncle, but wears carton on its head. I don't see one, and I don't think I've ever seen one. I don't think I've ever gotten a special critter, unfortunately. Despite all of my pulling, as you can see, I have pulled more since then, since the last time I called the rest of them. But unfortunately, I did not get a special one. Not a single one. You haven't mixed hard enough. Probably not. But I have bought all the... I said go. Ah, there you go. I have bought all the intertwined thingies, you know, that are... what do you call that? What is it called? Sold out. On sale. That's the... goddamn. On sale. The minus 50% one. But I was kind of iffy about buying these ones because they were more expensive. But given the fact that I have 1.5 million points, I think maybe I can afford to, I suppose. But let's not dive into chocobo eugenics, as we call them, because otherwise we are going to be here forever and we are never going to get done with the story. So not today for the eugenics, maybe some other time. I need some tree sap, thank you. I need... oh god, I'm lacking every single material. Well, I suppose I did just sell a shit ton of things. Let's see, 350, 313, 250, 280, so I need a bit of you. What else do I need to replenish my stocks? I need the wisp of smokes. Some golden thingy. A bit of everything. There we go, perfect. I don't know if someone told you, but the event story has 20 nodes total. No one told me, and I forgot to look it up. Because usually I try to look up how many stages there are, but I completely forgot. So thank you for the information. That means that we did 1/5 of it yesterday. So if we keep going at that pace, we should be done within 5 streams, right? We still have 3 more streams on top of the one we did yesterday and the one we are doing today. I don't think it will take us that long, hopefully. But yeah, okay, 20, that means it's rather short compared to other types of story content, right? Because usually I see events having like 22, 24 stages. What do I need? I need the kangaroos, I need some drowsy sheep tinct, this thing. I can't pronounce it, but I need it. Let's see, what else do I need? Good luck can, sure, let's grab a couple. Some magic wine glass. If only I had a magic wine glass, man. It's been a while since I've drank wine, by the way. Might have to change that. And finally, oh, a couple of chairs, sure. Surely, there we go, finally we are done. It takes me way too long to do all of this. Ah boy, but we are finally done and we can finally start the actual story. And she's very pretty. Let me check Isolde's garment before we actually start.
Please, have a seat.
Okay, this is her inside too, and I have it. Oh, it's actually more grey than it is green. The green part is mostly on the inside of the coat. Well, I don't know if that's a coat, a dress, a skirt. I have no idea what she's wearing, but it is pretty. And wait, where is the buy button? Why can't I buy it? I wish they weren't time limited. I wish we could buy those things whenever we want. And I once again forgot to rebuild my characters. Well, I'll have to think about that later on, I suppose. Switch to Live 2D to view the model? What do you mean? What does it mean to us?
Have a seat.
Live 2D. Oh, I forgot about that. Can we unzoom? I don't know the proper term for it, but you know, see her in her entirety. I wish we could. Can I do that? Ah, yes, I can. Ah, there we go. Holy shit, she has long ass legs. I mean, to be fair, her skirt is one part extremely long and the other part is extremely short. Isolde really doesn't know the meaning of balance. But Yeah, you know what? I really like it. I wish the characters were 3D models. Although I suppose if they were actual 3D models, they would probably lose in terms of detail. But yeah, I really wish I could, turn her around to see every bit of her dress because it's really pretty. And I love the green. Yeah, I'm probably going to buy this so that it could go with Kakanya's. So thank you for the information once again. Bluepoch creating 3D game when? Probably would be expensive for 3D. If you're talking about us buying the skin, it would probably be expensive. If you're talking about the game being more expensive, yes, as well. For the developers, it would be more expensive to have a 3D game as well. So, but Bluepoch has been experimenting with 3D. When you look at the trailers and stuff like that, lately they have been experimenting with that. So we might get more things like that at some point, maybe. To be fair, Bluepoch is a small company compared to something like Hoyoverse, for instance, or even Kuro Games. I think Kuro Games is still is a bigger company than Bluepoch, right? So yeah, the developer has to go through, what do you call that? They have to contend with their own means in terms of finance and stuff like that. And I was going to say something else and I forgot. Oh, right. What I was going to say is that usually when you switch from live 2D models to 3D models, you lose a lot of detail just because they try to make the models a bit simpler so that they don't take as much space. So in a way, Reverse would lose the art style that it has, I think. Yeah, Reverse is their first game. Ah, well, that makes sense now. What banner is it right now in Reverse? It is Willow. If you have Tuesday, I don't remember if Ktos you pulled for Tuesday or not, but if you have Tuesday, Willow would pair her with her very well. And yeah, what I was going to say is that one of the main appeal of Reverse 1999 is the art style. And unfortunately, if they were to switch to a 3D game, then it would be kind of losing, that identity, at least for Reverse. But if they were to make a whole new game, then, it would be something else. I got Lilia. I can't remember. Lilia is great. She is even having her own euphoria thingy, so you can actually improve her. Probably it popped off in global because of the English dub. Yeah, most likely. Although I think that many people like myself were attracted to the game just because of the art style. And with the Kuru Kuru and now the Hydrate. Thank you for that idea. That's actually great. Let's start, by the way. A little knocker upper. Oh, right, and that's her job. I forgot because I did not know that word yesterday. I have learned something new. The wind blowing through this place has seen everything. Is that Flutter Page? Is that how she wakes people up? By imitating a rooster, I believe is the word in English. And this is the first game that prioritized English dub over anything that I played. Probably. I couldn't really tell you from my personal experience, I mean. So, because, Genshin's VAs, in my opinion, are really good. Hoyover's VAs, in general, are very talented. But Reverse is the only one that has implemented accents. Except no, we also have Wuthering Waves. They have started implementing accents into their games. Like Zani has a strong Italian accent when, well, strong. She has an Italian accent when she speaks. Carlotta sounds kind of British, I think. So yeah, there is that. The daily life of a knocker-upper. Yeah. I'm still quite surprised that a knocker-upper would still exist in 1952. I would expect this from like maybe 1852, but 1952, I'm quite surprised, you know. Haven't played a single event in English dub in Genshin. Well, they are pretty good. I really love the English dub, which is why I'm so sad that they're having issues with the contracts and stuff like that. Because we are lacking a lot of VAs nowadays. They just don't have voice lines anymore. Same didn't even know it was a profession. I knew it was a profession like hundreds of years ago. I didn't think it would exist now, you know. I don't know, I find it cringe, maybe just me. Oh, really? You don't like English dubbing? Oh, I'm just so used to it, so I'm used to watching and doing everything in English. Well, in terms of anything on my computer I use is in English. In real life, everything is in French because I live in France, so why the hell would anything be in English there? Anyway, as morning breaks, the rooster crows? Crows? Oh, I did not know that rooster would crow, because that word is the same word for the other bird. Anyway, announcing the start of another day of hard labor for the people of East End. In this land of industry, shipyards and factories, there is a dire need of coal fuel and the labor to sustain them.
Good morning, sir, madam. This here's your wake-up call.
That is kind of cute. If I were to be woken up by someone like her, it would be fine. It would be nice. Instead of my phone just screaming at me to wake up.
Rise and shine, wakey time.
No, right, wakey wakey. I kind of agree. Genshin English dub felt weird to me. HSR and ZZZ feel better in regards to English dub. Really? Oh. I personally don't really see a difference between the three. I feel like, especially because they are using the same voice actors a lot between all of the Hoyoverse games, I mean, I have not noticed an actual difference between the three. But it is interesting that both of you would have that same kind of feeling towards the English dub. Flutterpage looks up to the grey sky above. There is only a touch of blue, and no sun, stars, or moon to be seen.
Enough! I said enough with the gal. I'm already awake, ain't I? So stop buzzing around.
Ah, right, there is no snooze button on Flutterpage. The seasoned knocker-upper deftly dodges the basin full of foot-washing water that has just been flung out the window and slips through the alley and onto the next street. Is it really foot-washing water, or is it something else? Ah, never mind, we are in 1950, so they should have bathrooms and toilets, I guess. But I'm still, yeah, I feel like we are a century early or a century late, depending on which point of view you have. Have to pay your monthly subscription of £5 to get the knocker-upper service. God, not another £5 or €5 or $5 things. I already pay for Genshin, for Geistarel and stuff like that. Leave me alone. And thank you for the hydrate toss. Did I read this? Yes, I did. Ah, never mind, I still have to read. She still has a job to do.
Wakey, wakey! Morning's here! Mrs. Wilson, you awake? You can't be late again, or old Mr. Pig Eyes will be on you with his belt.
Mr. Pig Eyes. That's quite the name.
What happened? Didn't she hear me?
Is she dead? Suddenly, she's shoved from behind. Hey, who's shoving the kid?
Oi, who did that? Shut up already, Liberty. Didn't you know Mrs. Wilson was sick?
Liberty? Is that her actual name? Oh, interesting. I like the names in this hatch, you know, because she's called Liberty, and I believe that Willow, her real name is actually Charlotte O'Haran. I don't remember her last name, but her name is Charlotte. I like both of these names. Why are they called Willow and Flutterpage? Why can't they go by their real names? Their real names are pretty.
She's sick? What's wrong? Doesn't hurt like swallowing a burning coal, does it? Who told you that?
Ah, well, Freddy the Rascal, I have bad news for you. That person you talked about is going to die.
Yeah, maybe. Plenty of folks have been getting that too. My dad says it's a curse.
Your dad is an idiot. I'm sorry, maybe that was a bit too mean. I'm not a husbando collector, but I'm not gonna lie, I want a left so bad. Yeah, so do I. And you said it was 2.6. The theme for 2.6 seems very interesting. But it is so freaking far away, man. We are still in 2.3 right now, right? Are we in 2.3 or 2.4? I can't, maybe I'm confusing both. Oh, Hagen, okay. Or Hagan, maybe. I think it's pronounced O'Hagan, I suppose. I wasn't too far off.
It's not a curse, dummy.
Ah, well, I said I was mean to call her, his father, a dumbass, but no, she says the same thing.
I'm no dummy, Liberty. You are. Believing anything what that hag told you. She's a dirty, ugly old liar. And she's the one who cursed everyone here.
Freddy, my boy Freddy, are you blind? I mean, you literally have no eyes on the art style. But I mean, they haven't actually drawn the eyes for other reasons, I know, but... Brother, you're blind. Have you seen Willow? Have you seen the hag? She may be called a hag, but she's not dirty, she's not ugly, and, well, I don't know about a liar, but yeah, the ugly part. Brother, what's wrong with you? Oh god, you must have very poor taste. Freddy Fazbear? Who is that? Freddy Fazbear. I don't know that reference. Oh god, okay, I see. the one from Five Nights at Freddy's. I did not recognize the name. Never played that game.
She's a toad. A toad what can't get out of her house to see sunlight. And decided to curse us all just because she didn't like the fair.
Have you gone off your rocker, Freddy? Just leave me alone. I got work to do.
Yeah, by the way, why are you bothering Flutterpage? Go take care of whoever is dying there over there.
That's work, eh? You call knocking on people's window work?
Well, yes, if she's being paid for it, that is called work. The boy rolls up his sleeve and pats his bicep. Ah, see, this is exactly why I do not like children. I do not advocate for violence against children. I am merely talking about a video game character, but this is one child that I would yeet across the street and into a wall if I could. In-game. In-game. I do not mistreat children in real life. I have said this before, just so you know. Just the Freddy. Just kill the Freddy. Yeah, I wish.
I climb up in the steam turbines to tighten up the screws. And I clean them chimneys from the inside. Think you can do that, eh?
That's great for you. You can work. I mean, child labor is kind of bad, but I suppose given the time period, maybe it's okay, I guess. Yes, thank you for the yeet, indeed. And, well, I wouldn't even say rest in peace for that little Freddy. And I'm really trying my best to remain polite.
But I don't want to tighten screws or climb up chimneys. I don't like the smells.
Kid gonna die young? Yeah, probably. And it's his own fault. I suppose it is also his parents' fault for not properly teaching him how to behave. Rest in pieces. Yeah, hopefully. I hope he will finish in pieces. That's really mean of me. But I still kind of think that.
Oh, so you like the smell of this black fog, do you? All thanks to your wicked hag friend.
What is wrong with you? Oh my god. It's not a joke anymore. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. This is no joke anymore. Please, yeet the child.
Go away.
Yes, thank you. Who can do something about this? Maybe we should call Voyager, right? Because can't Voyager summon some kind of black hole or something like that? Can we throw the kid in there? She whips a clothesline hole at the boy's knee with a sharp crack. Did she just break his knee? Or perhaps the pole itself cracked. Nah, it will destroy London. You know what? Sometimes sacrifices need to be made in order to protect the rest of civilization, you know? And that boy, he deserves to have his what do you call that? His knees cracking. Freddy must be fun at parties. Yeah, I think he's just not invited at parties, unfortunately, for him. Fortunately for the rest of the world. Voyager is a threat, don't annoy her. Well, that's the thing. If we get Freddy and Voyager in the same room, she can deal with Freddy in a way that satisfies all of us, right? And I know that she's a threat. But she likes music, right? That's why she's not destroying Earth, I think, or something like that. So that's good. So we put her in the room with Freddy. She destroys Freddy, and then we soothe her with some music. And then we and then enter Isolde. And Isolde can beautifully sing to Voyager, and everyone is fine. Except Freddy. But that's the whole point. The boy leaps towards the girl, but loses her among the heaps of rags.
Huh?
He swivels his head toward the sound and stands there shocked as Flutterpage deftly leaps over him.
What the?
She's an arcanist, brother. You had no chance from the start.
The Fog Lady taught me this.
Lady? You mean that hag? I should have guessed. You'd be that ugly Toad Witch's apprentice.
See, that's why I don't like children, and I don't like just people who repeat things when they don't know, because I have a fairly wild guess that Freddy has never actually met Willow. He's just spouting whatever his father is saying. And I understand that children do that. That's what children do. And that is exactly why I don't like them. Just like how I treat small males in Genshin, we must send them to the mines. I need more white iron. 9,786 isn't enough. You really have 9,786. But I do agree. I'm not fond of small males either in Genshin. I prefer tall models, whether it is male or female. The children yearns for the mine. That is true. They have to work. I mean, she is a knocker-upper, right? And he's working in a chimney. So there is coal in chimney. And you know whereas there is coal? In a mine. So see, even Freddy is yearning for the mine. Ugly, don't hag the shame. Don't hag shame, sorry. Don't shame the hag, that's what I had in mind. But yes, don't hag shame.
You're not my friend anymore.
Was he ever your friend? Do you consider that thing your friend? Seriously? I feel like Mr. Sutakiki, the critter we saw earlier, yesterday, that would be more of a friend than this guy. Oh god. She runs off deeper into Cross Street. The old mansion looks just as it always does. From the strange garden to the ominous building half lost in the haze of the smog. Even so, Flutterpage is hit by an unusual feeling, one she can't quite place.
It's not snail delivery day, but after she threw me out of the house last time, maybe I'll go apologize. Maybe then I can learn some more tricks from her, or at least read her books.
Yeah, and hello, Satru. Yo, been a minute. Yes. You said you were going to come back in 5 minutes. Where were you? Just kidding. Welcome to the stream, and I hope you're doing well. Mod is backpack up the contraband. Oh. Fair enough. Yes, you are right. Be careful, our murderator is here. Found a little bit for Evelyn. Oh, did you manage to get her? Or not yet? I don't remember. I'm lost as to who pulls for what exactly anymore. I don't know. Nope, not yet. Where are you at? I think you were at... No, wait. Are you at 40 PT? Still 26 more pulls. Never mind, the 40 PT was tossed on the weapon banner in Wuthering Waves. It's kind of hard to keep track of everyone's pulls. But still 26? Okay. I mean, 26 pulls away, that means you should be able to get her in the next 10 pulls, right? Because if you still need 26, that means you are set at 74 pity, which means that soft pity is going to kick in very soon. Hopefully. The creature eyes her warily. Oh.
Hello, hello. Now, why didn't you let Miss Tooth Fairy in last time? She's not a bad person. She even gave me some flying medicine. It was sweet and sour.
Yeah, I'm thinking of doing a 10 pull. Singles never worked for me. I mean, well, I don't think that they change anything, technically speaking, in terms of probability, but if it makes you feel better, then yes, you should do that. Because at the end of the day, gambling is all about feelings, isn't it? But I do hope that she comes home very quickly.
You think Miss Willow's lonely? She needs new friends, and maybe some flying medicine too.
The carbuncle seems to reject her assessment, leaping side to side in a clear display of defiance.
But this time, I won't go through the window. Not that I get why she was so mad. Was it that I stopped her from eating breakfast, maybe?
No, I think it's because you mentioned the Uluru games and she expressly banned you from using the word Uluru in front of her. Did you not catch that when she told you to not use the word? It seems pretty obvious. And 20 pulls in for purple-haired girl in reverse 1999, forgot her name. Her name is Willow, and her real name is Charlotte O'Hagan, right? Yeah, something like that. Last time when I did a 10 pull was on Beginner Banner when I got 10 free wishes after reaching AR 10. The last time when you did a 10 pull? Do you mean that you constantly do, what do you call that? Do you constantly do single pulls, Xtos? Is that how you roll? Charlotte? Yeah, her name is Charlotte. Her true name, I mean. But her name in-game, the one that everyone uses, is Willow. But her real name is Charlotte. Just like this character that you see on screen, her name is Flutterpage, but her real name is apparently Liberty, I think. My Twitch is not loading. I'll have to go. I'm sad. Bliat. Why the Bliat at the end? But I'm sorry to hear that your Twitch is not loading. I don't think I can do anything about that on my end, unfortunately. Although if your Twitch is not loading properly, I don't even know if you're listening or if you can listen to what I'm saying. Well, in that case, good night to you, Jacques. Hopefully things will be better tomorrow, maybe? I pull every time when I have 160 primos. Oh, so you're one of those. I see. Statue of Liberty. I have thought of that, but yeah. But in her case, her name is written with an I at the end instead of the Y. And please, Sadaru, don't murder Shugshishis.
Well, time to figure it out. I bet if I walk in from the front door, she won't be so angry.
I mean, yes. Flutterpages enters the garden like she always does, except this time, the carbuncles don't make way for her. They leap at her.
What's wrong?
Flutterpage swings the clothesline's pole, but fails to drive them off. They close in on her, malice in their eyes. Fortunately, reinforcements come galloping through the smog.
Miss Flutterpage? What in the blazes are you doing here? Good Lord, I hope you didn't get hurt.
Mr. Hat!
Miss Bartley, I'd advise you to please stay a safe distance back.
Miss Bartley. So I assume that Flutterpage's name is actually Liberty Bartley, I guess?
No.
Never mind. This is someone else entirely. I see. Who is she, though? She's wearing white. Is she from the Foundation?
Just look at the state of this garden. Oh, Charlotte, what have you been through to fall this far?
Yo, she's kinda bad. I see the white hair strikes again for you, Satru. Unfortunately, she's not a playable character. But she does look good. We have to fight. Damn it. I know, sad.
Program activated.
And Dom, you like Bartley? Oh right, you finished the story, so you know of her. Or rather, you know more of her than we know. Let's go with you, of course. Channel, attack, and attack. Now everyone dies.
Please, allow me.
The light that illuminates all.
Yeah. Yeah, that was enough. It's always those white and purple-haired characters. That is true, between Willow and now Miss Caroline Bartley. I like her name.
Thank goodness, you're in one piece.
Although, Satoru, I don't know how far you're in the story of Reverse 1999, but there is another white-haired character, and I don't know if you will actually like her. Her name is Constantine. I'm not going to tell you anything about her. Whenever you see her in the game, you'll tell me if you like her. I finished Act 2 or 3, so you have met Constantine, right? She is a white-haired character.
I don't get it. They ain't never bit me before.
Well, you must always stay alert when you encounter critters, even in a familiar place. That's some genuine ranger's advice.
A ranger? Are you really a ranger? Can you be a ranger without a real horse? Will I get a hat like you if I get to be a ranger?
What? I see that Brimley is just as confused as I am. Fortunately, a hat's range of expression doesn't include awkwardness or much else for that matter.
Hi, miss. Are you here for the lady living here?
I don't remember where I am. I am at the store where the story starts with the kid Sonetto. I fucked up the name. Her name is Sonetto. Story where the story starts with kid Sonetto. I think that is the start of chapter 3. I believe that is the start of chapter 3, yes. Yeah, okay. So, finish that, and then you can tell me, finish chapter 3, and then you can tell me what you think of Constantine. It's all about the hat. Hat is the primary benefit. Forgo salary, 401k health insurance. It's all about the hat. I mean, even Aleph has a hat. Oh, although, Swivy, you probably haven't seen Aleph. I can't show him on stream, but he's a dude with a hat. And he looks kind of insane. Great, but kind of insane. Flutterpage circles the unfamiliar lady, looking her up and down.
Miss, you look a lot like Miss Willow, the fog lady. So straight and proper like a swan.
Miss Willow, you said?
I'm not a sucker for all the white and purple hair characters. I don't know about the female characters, though. Anyway, I'll be right back. Very well, I suppose you are probably going to farm some more for Evelyn. Good luck with that. Flutterpage claps her mouth. You can clap your mouth? Doesn't clapping involve your hand usually? Like, what? Anyway, she claps her mouth before realizing she wasn't the one to utter this name.
Yes, Miss Willow. Did she say you were allowed to call her that too, miss?
Oh, right, I forgot that Willow asked her not to call her Willow in front of others.
Allowed?
Do you have depression because you play Reverse 1999, or you play Reverse 1999 because you have depression? The answer to that question, Ktos, is yes. I heard Aleph. Yes, I have mentioned Aleph. Because he looks cool and he has a hat. But apparently I think he can take it off. He can take it off. Of course he can take it off. But I mean, what I mean by that is that in one art style you can see him without his hat. I'm done for today. I'm going to take a shower. Well, enjoy your shower then. Even her sigh carries an elegant, melodious quality.
What kind of nutter has she become?
You didn't have to call her a nutter.
Thank you for taking me here, Mr. Brimley. I can handle the rest myself.
Third intelligence male? Who are the other two? I mean, 6 is one. Who is the other one? Oh, it's Click, right? I have never played Click, unless it was during some trial run, you know, thingy. I've never played Click, but I do play 6 quite a bit, and he's great. So maybe 6 will be paired well with Aleph. Who knows? She makes a gentle motion with her hand, signaling that she has finished talking.
You're welcome. Let's go, shall we? Hey, little tacker? It's not safe to leave you here.
X and 6. You're right, X is indeed intelligence. Then I guess... is Click... the other one. The not intelligent one. I forgot the name. The purple icon thingy. Mineral? Wait, Click is mineral? For some reason, wait, spirit. Yeah, no, wait, yeah, spirit, that's the one. Yeah, mineral are not purple. I think we are getting everything confused. But yeah, okay, Click is purple. No, he is spirit. Like he's old, for instance. Okay, so I was confused. I forgot about X. I have actually never played him, but I did go through his story, or I don't know if it was an anecdote or an actual story. And X is kind of scary, my dude.
I'll escort you to the hospital. His tooth fairy needs your help.
All right.
Oh, what did she sound so sad? Flutterpage holds on to Brimley's coat as the two of them leave the garden. She looks back a few times. Caroline remains totally unmoving. It's as though she can converse with the owner of the house through her stare alone. I'm guessing Caroline is someone from Willow's past? Probably.
I thought a hospital was a big building. This is more like a fair. Only with sick people.
Well... yes, I mean, usually a fair is something that is nice and all, you know. Even if this is a temporary hospital, it's not really a nice place, you know. Patients lie on basic steel frame beds. Their once pristine white sheets now marked with yellow and grey stains. I do not want to know why the stains. Let's not ask these questions. In the face of such a scene, the bright flags of the Uluru Games now look lifeless and limp.
Well, you're right there, mate. It's not your typical hospital. Arthur's calling it the London Emergency Relief Centre for Special Tuberculosis Patients.
That's a mouthful, and I assume Arthur is Mr. Fogg, I think. And I like the name Arthur as well, so why aren't these people using their real names?
But it's still kind of a hospital, ain't it?
Not just kind of, it is a hospital. Temporary be it, but still a hospital. She doesn't linger on this thought for long. The image of the unfamiliar lady in Willow's garden won't leave her mind.
Who's that swan lady? She's not from Cross Street. How did you know Miss Fog Lady?
Swan? I suppose you mean Miss Caroline Bartley. We're hoping she'll be our lifesaver.
I wonder if that's Oliver Fogg's dad? Oh, that's an excellent question. Although, I don't know what time period Oliver Fogg is supposed to be from, because the only place I've actually seen him, since I haven't done all the stories, I think was during A Knight's Anecdote, but A Knight was, recounting something, and Oliver Fogg happened to be there, I think, or something like that. So I don't know what time period he is from. Yeah, I don't know too, but he is a fog walker. What is a fog walker? I don't know what that means, because they've mentioned this about Mr. Fogg, but I don't know what that means. I guess that means he can walk in the fog, but I mean, I can do that too, you know. A guy walking in a fog, yeah. That's what I mean. Yeah, but what does it mean to be a fog walker? So anyone can walk in the fog, you know. Mr. Fogg appears behind them, looking rather pale.
Lifesaver?
Exactly so.
There is a curious spark behind Mr. Fogg's eyes. He looks straight ahead as he speaks.
See, my hat friend. We civil servants can actually accomplish a thing or two. We found Miss Bartley, a shining star of Uluru, a talented competitor, and above all, she's an insider.
Yes, and what's the point?
She arrived in London days ago, looking for our fog lady. She claimed to be an old acquaintance. Some luck, isn't it?
Frog? No. Not frog, fog. Except if you're talking about the toad, because apparently Willow was supposed to be a toad back sometime, I guess. Who knows? But there is well, frog and toads, you know, they are kind of similar, so that's the only connection to frogs that I can think of. If I recall correctly, like helping clear the fog. I don't know, British is weird. I see. Well, maybe the game will tell us.
If she can figure out the connection between her, the black fog, and this fiery TB... Oh, speaking of which, that Miss Willow truly has a special name.
Heh. What are you laughing at? How long have you been up, mate?
The way, or rather, this sentence, it reminds me of the meme with Paimon, you know, the Japanese VA. Well, it's the meme is in Japanese because, you know, it's the response of Paimon to Venti, I think it was. I believe she says something like "Tihi tenandayo," which means what do you mean by tihi, basically, or something like that. I believe that was it, but it reminded me of that. A thought crosses Brimley's mind. His partner has probably hardly slept all week. A burst of glorious vigor illuminates the fog walker's face, like sunlight breaking through a gap in the grey sky.
Sleep? Who needs to sleep at a time like this? I'm more than energetic. I'm a veritable locomotive. Better than ever.
I think the guy's on drugs, guys. I think he may have taken some cocaine or something.
Arthur, you need to get some shut-eye, mate.
Is that what you think? That I'll just go back home for a little rest now? Now of all times. Dead wrong, mate. We've got rounds to make at the London Emergency Relief Centre for special tuberculosis patients.
The LERCSTP. Even as an acronym, this thing does not work. It's way too long. Lurk. Oh, Lurk STP. I guess. Maybe we can call it that.
Come with me, my chapeau chap. We've got a city to save.
Why is he speaking French all of a sudden? By the way, yes, chapeau means hat in French. I don't know if that word is actually used in English, so that's why I'm talking about the French part. Mr. Fogg grabs the hobby horse and forcibly drags Brimley away with him.
Oh, all right. Miss Flutterpage, go find Miss Tooth Fairy, would you? She said your arcane skill might be of some help.
Now, I like the fact that they dimmed down the volume as he went away. The two of them quickly vanish into the streets.
My arcane skill? Help? How can I help a witch doctor? Maybe Miss Tooth Fairy will tell me. But where is she?
Well, maybe you can use your flight skill to levitate and have a good vantage point where you can see everyone and perhaps spot her. Hat mentioned? Yes, indeed.
So many people here. I can hardly tell them from one another. Oh, but she has got those golden fairies with her. Maybe I can see them.
Why is C mentioned in quotation marks? And we are going to reference and mention a hat quite often, of course, since a prominent character in the story is literally a hat.
Like how Miss Willow taught me.
To control the wind, you need to learn to see it first.
Why is she peeking through the window?
Can you see the wind, lass?
Only when it's blowing something around, like dust or old paper.
This picture is so cute. It is indeed a bit strange that she would just be peeking out the window, you know. She could be inside the home, but given how Willow is, I assume maybe that is how she taught her how to use her magic through the window. Could be something.
But I ain't got nothing like that with me now. I used all of it when Freddy tried to catch me. Is there anything else I can use?
She can fly, that's why. Yeah, but that doesn't mean she should peek through the windows of people, you know? Especially people like Willow, who probably does not like it. I mean, she even said so, because I believe Flutterpage keeps going inside the garden of Willow's home, not through the main gate, but through the broken parts of the fence. So, yeah, that's called breaking and entering. Well, maybe not breaking, but definitely entering. She scans through the pale yellow smog, the fluttering Uluru flags informing her of the wind's direction.
Oh, I see it.
The wind picks up and the flags, along with the people's clothes, start to flutter in the same direction. I feel like this patch, or this story, is using the word flutter quite a lot.
What with this wind, eh? Where's it coming from? Oi, me hat!
Please, is there any good Samaritan who can spare a blanket?
After the...
God bless you.
Oh, sorry, he wasn't done. After the story, I want to get Willow. I feel like after the story, I will probably want to get Willow as well, but I can't. I have to resist the urge. Not the hat. And hat mentioned, yes, again. We are going to mention a lot of hats, I believe, in this game. Or at least in this story patch. The smog dissipates in the wind, and for a brief moment, the air is noticeably clearer in this small corner of the world. At one of the beds, a little golden fairy is being held by its wings and placed into a patient's mouth. Ah, well, we have spotted our dear Tooth Fairy. I have Tuesday and Sotheby. In that case, I mean, you could go for her. I mean, it would make sense given that it is the perfect team, especially since Sotheby also has this euphoria thingy, so she will become more playable in a way. And Tuesday is Willow's best partner, so you have everything ready for it. Just saying. I have Sotheby, but I don't have Tuesday, so I don't have everything ready for her.
Miss Tooth Fairy!
Flutterpage, there you are.
I don't have enough for Willow and Flutterpage, but which one do you prefer between the two? She swiftly closes the patient's mouth, making him swallow her bizarre medicine before walking briskly over to Flutterpage.
What's wrong?
got to find a way to clear up the sky.
I mean, yes, that's kind of obvious, you know. Flutter page, you prefer Flutter page? Ah, I see. Well, in that case, you have your answer. You will have to resist the urge. I know it is difficult, but it is what it is. I mean, how do you think I fare? I've been holding off on pulling characters for quite a while. I mean, I've pulled for Anjanala, but I think that's pretty much it. I don't really understand Willow's kit. Maybe we can take a look at it then, because we finished the story, and more importantly, some ads are going to roll, so I'd rather not start the next bit of the story. And I am myself quite curious about her kit. Where is it? Here. What does she do? Debuff. If the target is already converts poison into Hag's Bane. Lasts 2 rounds. Up to 3 instances of poison can be converted. Okay. Yes, Swivy. And there will be an ad break. And you use the actual Twitch money thingy that I drew. Oh boy. Okay, so she converts poison into Hag's Bane. Then Arthritis 1, and the remaining round of Hag's Bane does not decrease. Okay, she prevents... Basically, she converts poison into Hag's Bane, and Hag's Bane does not decrease the way and the way it would if it were just poison. Her ult is, I don't get. Okay, South Channel enters ancient ritual status. Holy reading. Okay. While this channel status is active, enemies are treated as if Hag's Bane already triggered an extra 1 plus the number of rounds elapsed in this channel status, times for the round. At the end of the round, deduct 2 plus the number... Holy shit, what the... Sorry. It's just quite a lot, you know. Moxie of stacks of... If there isn't enough Moxie, then deduct all... At the end, no Moxie is deducted on the first round of this channel status, and instead 1 stack Bane is inflicted. 1 stack of Hag's Bane is inflicted. What the fuck did I just read? What the... What? Deducts the number of Moxie. How can she deduct a number of Moxie if she's using the Moxie to actually use the ultimate? What the... Okay, let's read whatever this is. Is poison dot for reverse? Yes, it is. I'm too dumb to understand that. Yeah, don't worry, Dom. You and I are the same. I'm too dumb to understand that as well. At the start of the round, inflicts 2 instances of poison on 2 enemies targets. Okay. When another ally actively casts and attacks an enemy with an incantation, will inflict 2 additional instances of poison on the main target for 2 rounds. Okay, so she helps stack some poison. That's great. Enhances Ancient Ritual. Grants an additional max 5 Moxie. Gains an additional 1 Moxie from casting or moving incantation. Okay, so I at least understand this. She generates a shit ton of Moxie for herself. But what is the point of this? Status enemies are triggered, and welcome back to you, Satoru. But why? Because when she enters this channel status called Ancient Ritual, apparently she loses Moxie. End of the round, deducts... Are you gonna pull for her? No, I'm just curious about her kit, and since Dom didn't understand it, I decided that we could talk about it, especially because some ads are going to run, and we just finished one part of the story, so before we get into the next part, I wanted the ads to go away first. But I'm not going to pull for her. Still waiting for my Kakanya rerun. How to do dailies in this game? Basically, you just farm stages. What ads? The ads have not run yet. I can start them right here. There you go. Unless you never get ads, which is good then. Regardless, seems like her kit stacks Hag's Bane a lot? Yes, definitely. There you go. You've got some ads, Noms. Can you show them? If you mean, wait, I'll come back to this because this is going to be quick. Basically, what do you call that? Let's say chapter 1, you just farm these things, whatever you need, because basically each stage has a specific type of rewards, like these things, possible things, and you choose whatever you want to farm. So even if you go to your warehouse, for instance, and go to materials, you can click on the material and check which stage will give you this material. And you use your stamina on those things, basically. And that would be your dailies. That would be part of your dailies, you know. So, as you can see, these are the dailies that you do. Clear any stage 1 time, clear any resource and insight 1 time. The one thing, that's the thing that I did at the start of the stream, is that you have this thing. You have 2 Numa analysis for free to do every day. So don't forget to do the 2 free runs that you can do for these, because they will give you these rewards that can help you buy some Psy cubes. Any tip for a beginner on what to farm? Not really. You're gonna need a lot of sharpodontes. These things I said. You're gonna need a lot of those. That's for sure. But other than that, just farm for whatever character you want to farm for. Because there is nothing else to farm in this game.
Oh, sorry.
It's just materials for the characters.
I was on my
So
way to the garden.
go
Or
nuts.
should I say the wilderness?
Basically,
for a walk?
look at where can I see that? Can I see it here?
Are you here to confirm
Inside.
this apple's
Yeah.
expiration date?
As you can see, the characters use these materials. You just click on that, and you can check which stage has the materials you need, and you go and farm that. That being said, there are some stages that have a higher probability of giving you the material you want, because it is probability based. So sometimes you might get no material, sometimes you might get 1, sometimes you might get 2. It depends. But overall, farming is very easy in this game. And if you want, you can go on the Pridewind website. They show you which material is what do you call that? You can look up Pridewind for farming nodes. Yeah, they show you which materials have the highest chance of dropping in which stage exactly. Now I just need to know how to fight in this game. Oh, well, I mean, that depends on the characters you're using. So, I can't really help you with that. Let me get back to this, because I am actually genuinely curious as to what this does. While this channel status is active, enemies are treated as if Hag's Bane triggered already. What does... Oh, Hag's Bane counts as a type of poison. At the end of the round takes 20, okay. After each resolve of Hag's Bane, the target takes compounding 40% more damage from each subsequent resolve of Hag's Bane for the rest of the round. And the round... Okay. Okay, so I think that basically she converts poison stacks into Hag's Bane stacks, and she can detonate her own stacks. She can detonate them and force them to... basically, she's kind of like Kafka in a way. Kind of. It's kind of... but that's the best understanding I have of her kit. I'm really not sure about it. But basically, she uses the moxie that she generates in order to detonate these Hag's Bane, I think. You need Tuesday for her to work. Yes, you do need Tuesday for her to work. There are different types of DPS characters. Yes, there are. Quite a lot, actually. You have poison teams, you have burn teams, you have follow-up teams. There are many. I have Sunday in Honkai Star Rail. Would that work? No. not just because it's in another game, but because Sunday is not really useful in a dot team. You're better off going with Ruan Mei or Robin in a Black Swan Kafka team. So even if you were talking about a character in reverse, it wouldn't even work. So unfortunately, no. Jesus Sunday is not going to save us from our sins. Debuffs as in poison. Yeah. Willow is like a debuff DPS as in poison. Yeah. Definitely. So yeah, I think she consumes her Moxie in order to trigger her Hag's Bane more and deal more damage, which is why she would be paired very well with Tuesday, since both of them deal with poison. And especially because Hag's Bane is still considered a stack of poison. It changes the name because she uses Hag's Bane as a specific part of her kit, but it is still poison. So both of them benefit from each other quite a lot. I do have Ruan Mei. Well,
wheezing steadily.
Well, the problem is that in Reverse 1999, you can most of the time during fights you can only spot three. You only have 3 spots. I hate HSR. I only have Litecoin for all of my supports and not my DPSs, Ruan Mei and Sparkles. Ah, well, to be fair, there is a problem of power creep in Honkai Star Rail, but usually supports tend to fare better. Like Ruan Mei, despite the fact that she's been out for a long time, she is still a great support. She's still very much usable. So, yeah. And Sparkle, same thing. Technically, Sparkle power-crept Bronya, and Sparkle got power-crept by Sunday, but they are still all very useful, you know? Huh? Ruan Mei is old? Yes. Ruan Mei is old. In terms of banner release, she is old. Very old. What do you call that? And in terms of actual age of the character, I don't actually know how old she is. Huh. But given the fact that she is a crazy biologist, I don't know if her age really does matter. I'll probably delete this game because we got another drip for WoWa. I already quit that game. God damn it. And what drip marketing did we get? Are you talking about someone else, or rather someone other than Contarella, Satoru? Robin is better? Robin is not better than Ruan Mei. It depends on what team you're playing her in. It depends on what team you're playing her in. Like for instance, instead of Ruan Mei, usually with my Himeko Herta combo, I would rather have Ruan Mei because of her break efficiency. And well, in general, break teams you want Ruan Mei instead of Robin. Like there is no point in putting Robin in a Firefly team, for instance. So I wouldn't say that Robin is better. They are both very, very good. No, the character you just said, I can't type her name. I know my autocorrection myself would fuck that name. Okay, it is true. Contarella is really pretty. And see, we have a Black Swan mention finally. Maybe the dot teams in what do you call that? In Honkai Star Rail are finally going to get an update. I remember Himeko is considered trash. No, I mean, yes and no. She's only good in one specific game mode called Pure Fiction in the because we have 3 endgame content type of we have 3 endgame modes in Honkai Star Rail. We have Memory of Chaos, we have Pure Fiction, and Apocalyptic Shadows. And in Pure Fiction, the combo Himeko Herta goes crazy, like seriously. Black Swan, a self-portrait, a reflective depiction of oneself. That energy-looking thingy, I have over 12,000 or something. Is it good or bad? I'm not sure what you mean. If you're talking about your stamina, in this game it's called cellular activity. You can't hold more than 1200. It is the actual limit. You can't hold more than that. And you should probably use it to farm. Because, yeah, 1200, I believe, is the absolute limit. So, yeah, use it. You're capping. That means you can't get any more. I mean, if you're over 200, you don't get any more. Although, no, 200 is the limit when you're max level on your account. I don't know what your account level is. Stamina in a turn-based game? Yes, stamina as in resin, as in wave plates, you can call it whatever you want, it depends on the game. In this game it's called cellular activity. Can we skip combat? No, you can't skip combat in this game. At least not as far as I know. Don't think so, I'm thinking no. The greatest gacha sin, capping stamina. Yeah, but honestly, the stamina in Reverse 1999 is absolutely not a problem. Like, really, I've never run out of stamina because you have your daily refill, you know, refill per minute, per 6 minutes, I believe. But on top of that, they give you, you know, fragile resin, the equivalent of fragile resin. They're called candy jars and just regular candy, basically. And they give you a shit ton of that, so you really don't have to worry about stamina in this game. The oak door slowly creaks open, the inside air meeting the outside and stirring up a faint mist. She struggles her way through the garden, a brazier in her arms. I know what it is, but I don't know how to pronounce the word. The thing that is burning.
It's been near a week.
With every step, her right leg gives out a painful creak. She looks at the half-open window. This week has seen a number of uninvited guests, but not one of them was the one she's been hoping to see. Does this mean that she hopes to see Flutterpage again? Maybe? Where am I at? Oh yeah, they're gonna add Limbo 7 in 2.6. Yeah, I heard about that, and I'm scared. We're going to hell then? Probably. Yep, don't worry, nothing serious. Oh yeah, I mean, in this game specifically, it's not serious. If you take, like Genshin, when it was still capped at 160, then that was pretty bad, man. Wait, the story you're doing, is she and the character on the banner the same? Yes, they are. They are the same character. They are all Willow. Don't be. Limbo is easy. I mean, when you have Lucy and Andronala and Winsong, I have to admit, it is easy. Usually. But before Lucy, Andronala, and Winsong, I have struggled from time to time. Sometimes, you know. Wait, she has black hair in the story? Yes? I believe that it's because her second art style, when you reach Inside 2, that is when you see her with purple hair, maybe. I never run out of the resin thing in Reverse. I played for 1 week. Yeah, no, you never run out, honestly. I2 skin, yeah, okay. But the banner one has purple. Yeah, it's her Inside 2 skin. No. Satoru is sad now. That curious little thing who flutters back and forth like a sparrow.
This is how the world works. I should have known. I'm always too naive.
She carries out her usual task of clearing out the garden. First, she gathers dry twigs and leaves to use as kindling. Then she strikes a match, throws it into the brazier, and waits for the fire to grow. As the fire intensifies, she gathers the trash from around the garden, most of which is flung into her garden by the neighbors, and adds it to the fire. Oh, that is bad. That is nasty when your neighbors are throwing their trash into your garden. Oh, damn. Maybe she should throw her neighbors into the fire as well.
A dead mouse. Classic. Sure to disgust me.
You just... Yeah, don't worry, it's free. I don't want the black hair. I prefer the purple one. Yeah, don't worry. As soon as you get her to Inside 2, you get the skin directly, and you can only use that from then on. You can pick from default, and yeah, you can choose between the two. If you want to use the Inside 2 one, you can. Once you get to Inside 2, of course, but all you need is to level her up, and then she will be your purple-haired lady for all of eternity. Willow picks up the decaying mouse carcass and tosses it into the flames, the fire flaring up so fiercely it nearly scorches her eyebrows. In the early years, she would often watch from the window, her dark eyes fixed on the people who passed by.
Rotten apples and eggs from that boring old codger. I suppose he's down to his last teeth now. Soon enough, the only thing he'll be eating is porridge.
Goddamn, she's so used to picking up the trash her neighbors put in her garden that she can recognize which comes from who. Whom? From whom, I think, right?
Bit of comfort in knowing he hates porridge.
Even now, the old mansion's doors and windows remain firmly shut. The owner's face hasn't been seen for many years. All the neighbors know is that a fearsome wish lives there.
Hands burnt by steam. It's a curse. Bumping into ghosts during the Samhain. Curse. Lost everything betting on the ponies.
Oh, okay. I was wondering why she was talking about ponies, but that's just because my eyes drifted to the subtitles. Anyway, I'm gonna head to bed. Good night. Good night to you, Satru. See you. Hope you sleep well and dream of purple-haired Willow.
Each and every misfortune must surely be Willow's curse.
She picks out some garlic from the garbage bin. This simple seasoning can be repurposed as seeds or fertilizer.
Superstitious fools.
I agree with you. The only items that cannot be utilized are the wooden carvings with bizarre symbols on them, rumored to possess the power to ward off demons.
Shysters.
Demon banishing water is the most clumsy and silly item, but it's also the most manageable to deal with. Willow simply lets it be, treating the water poured into the garden as free irrigation.
Brats.
Salt. This is the worst offender. It dehydrates the plants, often killing them outright. She digs up the tainted soil, ready to wash later.
Oh, well now these are new, aren't they? Blood-stained rags. Wonderful. Sooner or later they'll all cough their lungs out.
Click, clack. The stiffness in her right leg is unbearable. Mosquito. Moments later, Willow's leg gives away and she collapses into a patch of potato flowers. I guess her leg broke. I wonder how she lost her leg though. Soft, soggy soil. A limp, decomposing body.
No!
She smacks her prosthesis on the knee, as if the blow will set the joint back in its rightful place. She grabs the dirt as she fights to get to her feet, struggling. This is the struggle she's long grown used to. Lured by the sound of her strikes, the carbuncles slowly make their way toward her.
Away with you!
Yes, please. Please give me tuberculosis, Miss Hag. Still would. I see both of you are down bad for Willow. Very much understandable. I agree with both of you. The critters scatter, ducking behind the leaves and watching her quietly from a distance. She clutches a vine with one hand, but it only throws her off her balance, and she falls to the ground once again.
Horrible.
She is more proficient in the art of balance than almost anyone, yet she also finds it more difficult than anyone to adjust to even the smallest imperfection.
No, I don't need to cast my arcane skills.
Well, to be fair, she might have been good at balancing herself when she was a dancer and when she had both of her legs, but when you remove a leg, technically speaking, your weight changes, so I guess maybe your center of gravity changes as well, so the way you used to balance yourself is not the same, right? I mean, I have both of my legs, so I can't speak from experience, because, well, I can't. But I'm guessing it is probably... You have to learn, you have to readapt yourself and relearn how to do things, I assume.
Stand up. Stand up. You loser, you. I need machine lubricant. I suppose I need to buy some.
This time, she makes it to her feet. Clack, clack.
I can do this. I will do this. All by myself.
Her steps grow clearer, more steady. She grips the delicate metal work of the gate.
Nothing to it. Let's go.
Clack, clack. This is actually kind of sad. Well, not kind of, it is sad. Her leg clacking like a slow, mournful melody. She steps into the smoggy, somber streets of London. There is a makeshift sign on the door.
Shop closed due to illness, while the owner has gone to Miss Tooth Fairy for treatment. Please leave your name, order and address on the list below, and we will deliver it to your home as soon as the owner recovers.
She picks up the pen, then sets it down again without writing a single word.
Tooth Fairy.
Ah, are you interested maybe? I certainly am.
All right. Then I can find the owner if I go to this Tooth Fairy. Is she some kind of doctor then? Not that she could treat what ails me anyway, eh?
Yeah, I don't think Tooth Fairy can regrow limbs.
What other shops might sell canary saliva and lanolin snail's slime?
Wait, who's older, Tooth Fairy or Willow? I don't actually know. That's an excellent question. Yeah, I don't know. Part of me wants to say Tooth Fairy, but perhaps not by much. Willow is 25, if I recall correctly. I believe that Chip mentioned yesterday that Tooth Fairy is 28 by this time in the game. So yeah, I guess Tooth Fairy is indeed older. She wraps her cloak tighter around her body in an attempt to fend off the cold, damp air.
All this time I could have done this, if only I hadn't relied on others for so long.
Oh, good age. Yes. I believe Chip said that Tooth Fairy was 26 when the game started, and by now she's 28. Because the game has been out for a year already, except the game came out, you know, late during the year in global, and Tooth Fairy was born in December, so 2 Decembers have passed since then.
There must be another store for arcane supplies. But...
Click, clack, click, clack.
I think I need to lie down.
The cold hues of the night still linger in the morning mist. The Thames has never looked so quiet. Across the river, earth-red flags flutter like burning balls of fire. A smattering of white emergency medical tents are scattered below them. A trampled Uluru qualifier flyer floats down to her feet, brushing against her ankle. Oh man, off topic, but here I am looking at spreadsheets and you stream and I hop onto the Capitano main sub. The amount of copium there is insane. I mean, just like the Signora mains, right? I have to admit, I am coping as well, you know. So, well, maybe, no, never mind. No, I was going to say maybe one day, but no. No, I feel like, you know, if Capitano was to become playable, it would mean that he would be somehow saved from his sacrifice, and that would render his sacrifice pointless. Well, perhaps not pointless, but it would take away from the impact of his sacrifice. So even though I wish we could have him playable, I don't think it's a good idea to have him as a playable character. The amount of copium. Yep, is Signora Main's subreddit still alive? Honestly, I don't know. I haven't been there for a long time. Although, to be fair, I've only been there maybe once or something. But I don't know. Probably just drawing fan art and, you know, thinking of their headcanons for how Signora might come back. They're going off the deep and looking for snippets and theorizing that they killed Capitano to please the incels. Oh. Well, people are strange, you know. Just accept the fact that Capitano sacrificed himself and now he's happy, you know. Let him be happy in his chair, on his chair, rather. Signora is still alive, trust me. Yeah, we all trust you, Klaus. Signora is going to be playable in R99. I mean, could be. It would be lovely to see a collaboration between Genshin and Reverse, although I don't really see why they would. But it's just because I like both games.
Sports fanatics, black fog, strange tuberculosis. All these things have nothing to do with me. All I need are my ingredients, nothing more.
Believe Signora playable in Canria patch. I feel like what would be more likely is Dainsleif playable in Canria patch rather than Signora. Signora, if she were to come back to life and be playable, I'd say that it would probably come through Snezhnaya, right? It would make more sense. And it could happen, to be honest. For money, of course. Well, yeah. I mean, yes, of course. Collaborations are meant to share player base and advertise and stuff like that. So, of course, yes. In the end, it is all for money. Still waiting on the Assassin's Creed collab. I wonder what they'll do in that collab. Yeah, I have to admit, I have no idea. I really did not see that collab coming. I was really surprised when they announced it. I mean, to be fair, there is a time travel component in both types of games, right? But yeah, it's just kind of strange, you know. And I don't know who they would pick. I mean, the one I would want them to pick as a main character, it would be Ezio. Ezio Auditore di Firenze. I think that was his full name. Yeah, simulation, if I recall correctly. Yeah, basically in Assassin's Creed, you have a pod, basically, when you put yourself in there and you can relive memories from ancestors. And the most of the game, happens in the past. So it's not exactly time travel, but you get to relive whatever ancestor went through back then. And Ezio, for me, is probably the most memorable character out of all the characters in the Assassin's Creed franchise. Because number one, he got 3 games and not just one, unlike most other characters, right? And number two, his story was really, really great. Imagine she. Oh, yeah. Swavy mentioned Aloy. That girl. Yeah. Never mind. I believe that for Aloy. Yeah, I think her name is pronounced Aloy, right? I believe that in her case, because Aloy's game, Horizon Zero Dawn, right? That was a Sony exclusive or PlayStation exclusive game, which is through Sony, of course. And I believe that perhaps, I'm not sure about this information. I read this somewhere and I have no idea if it is true or not, but it would make sense that Sony just asked Genshin to put Aloy in their game in order to promote their game as well, because, you know, it's all in order for Genshin to be usable on PlayStation. There might have been something like that. I have no idea if this is true or not, but it would make sense for some such a deal to happen. Imagine if she would be cryo in normal form, but after she uses her burst, she has pyroform. That would be awesome, but I don't think they will ever make that happen. Having a character have 2 elements would break the game's mechanic. In terms of combat, I mean. I love that game, but it's Assassin's Creed 2 and Odyssey. I have a friend that uses Aloy as a cryo DPS, no constellation. Yeah, she doesn't have constellation. How... I mean, I suppose she works, I guess. God damn. But I don't really see how. Good luck to your friend, I guess. Okay, Assassin's Creed 2. Odyssey, I have not played through it, unfortunately. I have it, but I haven't played through it. I have to admit, I kind of burnt out of the Assassin's Creed games, so I kind of stopped playing them. But I will probably get back to it at some point, I guess. Kazuha has 2 elements lore-wise? No, he doesn't. He only has Anemo, even in lore. I mean, he very briefly used his dead friend's vision at some point when he was blocking the Muso no Hitotachi from the Raiden Shogun, but he doesn't have a second element. No one has element. The Electro, yes. That would be the his friend's vision, but he only used it once, and that was it. He can't use it again. Same stopped at Black Flag. Black Flag was great. I stopped at what was the name of it? The one that happens in Egypt. Origins. Origins was pretty good, but I just burnt out. I played too many of these games, so yeah. That's from his friend, I think. Yeah. That vision is from his friend, who's dead, quite unfortunately. And it only activated because of specific reasons. It isn't going to activate it. It isn't going to activate again. The main reason was to defy the Raiden Shogun. Not really defy. I shouldn't put it that way. But Kazuha's dead friend really wanted to fight against the Raiden Shogun and her way of doing things. Unfortunately, he passed away because the Raiden killed him. I believe the Raiden killed him, right? Because he had a duel against her and he lost. So when Kazuha had to parry the Muso no Hitotachi in order to protect the Traveler, that was in a way the best time for his friend's ambition that is carried through the vision to activate in order to help Kazuha actually do what the friend couldn't do back then. So it was really specific for that moment, but I don't think it will ever happen again. He uses it to cook for himself just like the Raiden. Well, if you're talking about the Raiden's cooking, it is non-existent, so you just proved me right, for plot reasons, specific reasons, plot armor. Kind of. I mean, it is plot armor, but it's technically for the Traveler, because the Traveler was about to die. I don't think the traveler would have survived the Muso no Hitotachi from the Raiden, because that is the same technique that she used to cut the island in half. You know, I don't remember the name of that specific island, but there is an island that is cut in half. Right, there are two sections of it. That is the same technique that she used. So if she can do that to an island, imagine what she would have done to the poor traveler. If Signora survived, MC would too, but that's the problem. Signora did not survive.
I ought to just order what I need as a home delivery. Ask them to leave the package at the entrance of the garden once a week.
Well, yes, Willow. Why did you not think of Uber Eats? You should have done that from the start.
As for the fees, I'll just have to sell all me old medals. That'll be enough to support me until I become a proper hag. Then I can never leave my house till the day I die.
Wow, that is a very sad statement. But what do you mean, become a proper hag? Isn't a hag just the, Oh wait, let me look it up online actually. What does hag mean? Oh no, okay, it is actually an old witch. Oh, because as far as I knew, it was more of an insult against old people, but I suppose now that makes sense. Old withered lady. Well, I mean, when I translated it to French, it translated to old witch. So now I understand. I always thought of it as an insult, like old withered lady, for instance, but it is actually specific to witches. Which would make sense given the fact that we have hag ravens in Skyrim and the Elder Scrolls in general. Ah, that puts it all into new light for me. Interesting. I learned something new. And then the real Shogun is a cutie pie. That is true. Big writing. That is true. I mean, she is indeed kind of cute, but it is strange that she would program the Raiden. I mean, it would be strange that A would program the Raiden to be the way she is. Likewise with Scaramouche. And we still don't know why she abandoned Scaramouche. Well, we know why. It's because it was defective and it couldn't hold her soul or something like that, right? But why did she just leave the thing be in the wilderness? I mean, most of why Wanderer is the way he is because of his abandonment issues. So, well. Now he's short, that's why. Oh, poor Wanderer. But you're right. By the way, is there any form to play together in reverse? No, there is not. Nor support characters like in Honkai. Yes, there is. There is no co-op, but you can use support characters like in Honkai. I think. I've never actually done that, so I don't know. But I do believe that I receive money from time to time because some people are using my characters. I do believe there is that function. I have never used it myself. But I believe that you could. Yes, this is characters. Okay, yeah, it is an option. But where do you see it? I guess you would see it in the character selection screen when you're about to fight someone?
There's something dark rising up from the water. It's nothing special. A bit of old rope. Or an old boot. Why can't it be a swan? A black swan here? Really? That's why you ought to go out more often. Else you'll miss these precious moments. A chance to see something special, like a black swan.
Ah, she's she's trying to tell herself to go touch grass.
Look at it. Some creatures are born with these smooth, pitch-black feathers. But it's only under the sunlight that you can see their iridescent shine.
In UTTU and Series of Dusk game mode. You can't use it to farm? I mean, in like, you know, regular stages? You can only use it in UTTU and Series of Dusk?
That's when all the other animals can only look on and feel themselves inferior. They can never stand out from the crowd in the same way. Your silence is an answer. I know it. Just as I know every time you lash out and curse, you're cursing your own failure. Walk closer, Charlotte. Why don't we take a better look at it?
Oh, that's really sad. But also, we've got a close-up of her face, so a screenshot is required. There we go.
Look at its gracefully long neck, those magnificent wings, and how it glides across the water. All swans are beautiful, but only the black feathers make it truly stand out.
Yeah, you can't, I believe. Oh, okay. Well, as I've mentioned, I've never actually tried it, so I'll take your word for it. Are there any comeback rewards? I'm pretty sure I haven't played in like a month now. I have no idea. I've never stopped playing Reverse, so I have no idea if they have comeback rewards.
It brings
Probably.
back some memories, don't it? The feeling of being one with the swans, and the flow of each step of our dance. We were so close to perfection. All we needed was for you to spread your wings and fly.
But...
Fly to Paris, Cairo, Istanbul, and eventually to the Uluru Rock.
Well, you're welcome to Paris, Willow. If you want to come to my place, you know, you're welcome to come home to me, even though I'm not pulling for you, but still.
Then it comes to me, and I can hold it in my arms, lift it above my head, this perfect, shining golden medal, standing on the Uluru Rock.
But what happened? Oh god, is the swan dead? The swan is dead, isn't it?
Miss Willow, but what are you doing out here?
Oh, that's Flutterpage, isn't it?
You've got to move. Black fog is coming straight for you.
Ignore the noise. Eyes on the swan.
You don't have to call her noise, you know. That's kind of mean.
It's only a tacky white swan, covered in soot. How ridiculous it looks now, wearing that false disguise. The poor thing, it must have been covered accidentally.
Miss Willow, why are you looking at that swan? It's dead.
Of course it's dead and gone. That's right. What kind of swan would want to be with something so ugly and stained?
Man, I love this background music. I believe this is the same background music that they use often when we have Arcana on screen or someone from Manus Vindicte, you know? And this music gives me chills every time.
Of course it's ended up alone. Died alone. What else were you expecting? You didn't really believe that spread your wings and fly bollocks, did you?
Hello? Can you hear me, Miss Willow?
You ought to thank the black fog for lifting your illusion. Now you can see it rightly. You're not some special black swan that was born to greatness. You're nothing but...
Miss Willow, what's wrong with your leg?
but a cripple.
Come back for the pig.
No, of course, we just had a very emotional moment. It's not the kuru. But yeah, no, I was going to say, this is a beautiful scene. I mean, in terms of portraying the depression that someone might feel after being crippled, or to use her own word, but after losing a limb and having to relearn how to live life. I assume that the experience is different for everyone, but the way she portrays it is very well portrayed, in my opinion. And the voice actress is doing a great job, you know, voicing that voice. But you know, that little voice in your mind that will bring you down and tear you down. even when you're trying to actually get better, do better, but there will be that nagging voice inside your own mind that will tell you that you're not worth it, that you're basically trash. She's calling herself trash, basically. So yeah, it's really sad. Phantom pain. Oh yes, I forgot about that. But there is also that phantom pain thing. The fact that they can still feel their limb even though it's gone. And usually it is quite painful. Always found that interesting. No limb to be connected, but they still feel the connection to that limb. Yeah. And oftentimes it is unfortunately quite painful. And on top of that, it makes it, I suppose it makes it harder for the person to really feel like they've lost a limb when they can still feel it even though it's not there. So even beyond the physical problem, the psychological one that accompanies this change in their body is probably very difficult to go through. I mean, especially for a dancer such as her legs must have been extremely important to her. I mean, legs are important to anyone. Oh no, she's crying now. Willow lowers her head to see that Flutterpage is standing at her feet. Tooth Fairy stands a few steps away, calling out to her. Flutterpage gently touches her prosthetic leg, revealing the secret she has been too proud to admit for the last 10 years. Yes, we have some emotional damage here.
Why? Why didn't you tell me about your...
Although I don't think Willow has Asian parents, to be fair, to get back to the origin of that meme.
You're much stronger than I thought, Miss Willow. If you allow me to address you as such.
Aww.
Leave me be. I'm going home.
No, you can become friends with Tooth Fairy. You'll see she's nice. Well, sometimes she will forcibly open your mouth and put a fairy in it, but other than that, she's nice.
I'll walk you home. I got you. Miss Tooth Fairy and I was just chasing after the black fog, but I can walk you home first.
I just want to go home.
Willow uses all her might to turn, but still can't do it with any grace. Her stiff right leg continues to impede her.
I'll go with you.
She stretches out her hand and pulls at Willow's clothes in a clumsy attempt to stop her friend from leaving.
Flutterpage.
Willow swats her hand away.
Huh?
Aww.
Stop following me!
Miss Willow!
I just want to go home!
Yeah, I don't think a child like Flutterpage would understand. Flutterpage remains in place, her eyes suddenly filled with tears. Tooth Fairy steps forward and pulls her into a hug. Aw. See, I told you Tooth Fairy's nice.
I don't want you to follow me.
Ah, well, I feel like Willow is kind of a tsundere in a way, I suppose, because in my mind, or in my opinion, when she says I don't want you to follow me, what she really means is I want you to follow me. Because we heard both versions of herself. We heard the version of her that says that she wants to get better, she wants to deal with things on her own and stuff like that. But we also heard that she kind of suggested that she wanted Flutterpage to come back to her house. I made a mix between house and home. So, anyway, you get my point, I think. They look on as Willow shakily walks into the smog, each step grinding away a little more of her dignity. Yeah, sometimes asking for help is difficult, isn't it? Brunch. Oh, maybe she changed her mind and now we are going to brunch with Tooth Fairy, Willow and Flutterpage. Who knows? This gap. Fill it up with tangible things like warm hugs and heartfelt embraces. I only see I don't see Willow, I only see Flutterpage, and I guess this is Tooth Fairy, right? I think so. This is definitely Flutterpage given the triangle shaped, or rather cone-like shape of the dress.
The floor ritual is one of the most popular events of the Uluru Games. It has a bewitching style that generates a resonance between the dancer and audience. Charlotte was a genius. She was born for it. And God has sent her a coach covered in dark feathers and skilled in ancient Celtic runes. Coach Raven taught her the primal witch dance that ignited a fire within her. At least, until that tragedy 10 years ago, which took her leg.
But what tragedy is it? That is what I wish to know. But I also want to grab a screenshot.
Coach Raven had given her a pocket of flower seeds as a reward for all her diligent practicing. It said they were from the druids in the forests of Glastonbury. I guess she planted them around her house and got this garden. Now all these bizarre plants share the same strange air with their owner.
The plants in the mansion's garden are all drooping toward the ground. There is a new sense of weariness that wasn't present during Tooth Fairy's last visit. The woman by the door gently shakes her head as Flutterpage crawls around on her knees, searching for bugs among the foliage. What? Why is she searching for bugs?
Thank you again for having me over. That's all I have to say about Charlotte.
Flutterpage's head pops out from between the plants.
What's a druid? Is it a place? Do they have canaries and snails there?
Well, it's not a place, but they might have canaries and snails.
A druid isn't a place. It's a title. An identity.
Caroline Bartley seems nice.
Identity? Oh, like a name. Just like Flutterpage, right?
She quickly falls back into her own musings.
Thank you for your cooperation, Miss Bartley. I'm sorry to be taking you away from your practice.
What practice? What does she do? Is she a dancer like, Willow?
Yes, you should be. I don't much enjoy being bothered by stuffed-up bureaucrats.
Well, that was kind of uncalled for. Tooth Fairy's nice. Why are you mean to her? The accomplished floor ritualist has never been one to hold back her words. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, same as Willow. Okay, yeah. I guess they are both floor ritualist, because that's the name of the ritual that they perform.
But if you ask me...
Caroline glances once more at the narrow window of the old Victorian house. It's tightly shut.
I will tell you that it isn't Charlotte that's summoning the black fog.
If I recall correctly, rivals? Oh, that's actually interesting. Well, then go help your rival. That way you can get her rival back. Because, well, if she's not dancing, or rather, if Willow is no longer dancing, then you no longer have a rival. So, go help her.
I stand by that. I swear it on all my honor as an Uluru competitor. We're witches, but not in the traditional sense. We practice witchcraft to win medals instead of summoning devils.
We trust you at your word. It seems like that concludes our investigation into this fog hag. Thanks again, Miss Bartley.
Well, you don't have to call her Fog Hag. You can call her Willow, right? Or Charlotte, or something else.
Miss Tooth Fairy, if you do want to thank me, mind doing me a favor?
Tooth Fairy nods, but Caroline seems to have an unusual hesitation as she deliberates over her choice of words. In the end, she yields.
Please do something. Anything to bring her out of this hole she's dug for herself. Whatever you do. Break down her door. Drag her out by her hair, even blow up that old mansion.
Blow up the mansion, god damn. That's, wow. Okay, I see. Maybe we should call Klee then.
Just don't let her hide in her stupid house. She'll let you inside now. There's no longer any power preventing you. I can sense it.
I mean, to be fair, she is actually right, you know. If we blow up the house, then Willow can't hide in the house anymore. It makes sense.
You know this place well. Have you visited her here before?
Caroline bites her lip, holding back the words on the tip of her tongue. Then she walks away.
I think Miss Bartley wants to come in with us.
Maybe so, but she's made her choice. She doesn't want to join us inside.
Tooth Fairy shakes the jar in her hand, not containing her usual tooth fairies, but filled with a collection of lanolin snails.
Let's go, Flutterpage. We still have work to do.
Whatever you say, Miss Witch Doctor.
She's called Tooth Fairy. Oh, I wonder what Tooth Fairy's real name is, actually, because we know about Charlotte, we know about Liberty, we know about... Well, Caroline just is called Caroline, I suppose. But I don't know if we know Tooth Fairy's real name. I would have to look up her profile in the character menu. The two of them step cautiously into the garden, the soil compacting under their feet. There is nothing left to obstruct their path. They step around a few threatening-looking plants as they take the winding road to the creaky oak door. I forgot, but they did say it. Oh, I will have to look that up then, because I love Tooth Fairy, so I would definitely like to know her name. Tooth Fairy goes to knock, but the door swings open the moment her knuckle hits its surface.
The door isn't locked. Let's get inside.
But will we be welcomed? Willow sits at the table prepared for one, surrounded by an exorbitant amount of half-finished food. Aside from the full English she's serving currently... No. Aside from the full English she's currently tucking into, there is a Scotch egg, a half-eaten cod and chips, and a steaming apple crumble.
Sorry to interrupt.
Willow casts aside basic manners, neglecting to invite her guests to sit, and cuts herself another piece of sausage. She gulps quite hard. I mean, that sounds like a lot.
Diets high in sugar and fatty oils may well lead to stomach illness, Miss O'Hagan.
She continues to eat her lavish brunch.
I choose the name Tooth Fairy instead of my real name, Campbell. But did you choose to let people call you Willow?
Right, I do remember Campbell. But please give me your first name. That was mostly what I was asking for. Eating ASMR for those who desire. Eating ASMR. Well, I mean, why not, I suppose. I'm not overly fond of ASMR in general. It's not really my thing. But I do know that a lot of people like it. So, Willow, you might have to think about a career change, you know?
Or do you prefer the name Charlotte O'Hagan? That is the name of an excellent Uluru floor ritualist.
The crash of silverware interrupts her once more. Then Willow sweeps her arm across the table. The silver dishes clatter loudly as they fly to the floor.
Tooth Fairy. Some kind of doctor, right? I think your prescription is a little fuzzy. I'm no athlete. I've only got one leg.
Well, there are plenty of athletes with one leg. We have the Paralympics, for instance, and the people competing in the Paralympics, they are athletes. Same, don't get the tingles people talk about. Yeah, no, I don't get it either. I mean, it's actually quite the contrary for me. I find it kind of annoying in a way. Yeah, I don't know. It has the opposite effect on me, unfortunately, which is kind of too bad. I wish I could enjoy it, you know. But well, I am the way I am, unfortunately.
This Charlotte has nothing to do with Willow. Just like I've nothing to do with the Uluru Games.
Oh, maybe Willow is actually her dancing name, her stage name, perhaps?
So far as I know, the Uluru Games do not exclude people with disabilities from full participation.
To be sure, but only if you enjoy parading yourself around for embarrassment. I think I'll pass, thanks.
I mean, to be fair, there are plenty of people who have lost their limbs or have some kind of disability who manage to live fulfilling lives. It's just that, as Caroline mentioned, Willow unfortunately kind of dug herself into this place that she's in, which is too bad. I mean, not just too bad, it's kind of sad.
No one should feel embarrassed by competing, least of all the competitors challenging themselves. That is the point of the Uluru spirit.
I don't get it too, kinda like mukbangs. I don't even know what mukbangs are. I've heard the word, but I don't actually know. A mukbang is an online audio-visual broadcast in which a host consumes various quantities of food while interacting with the audience. The genre became popular in South Korea in the early 2010s and has become a global trend since the mid-2010s. Eating streams, yeah, yeah, basically. Basically, it is an eating stream. You know what? At least ASMR is something that I could understand. Like, I remember that one of my exes, she had some trouble sleeping, and apparently ASMR, that was the first time that I had ever heard about it. ASMR helped her go to sleep. So ASMR, I understand, even though it's not for me, that's fine, but I understand. But eating streams, what's the point? Like, the only thing that it does is make you hungry. Whenever I watch an anime where there is some kind of eating, it gets me hungry. So I don't really get the point. Same, I don't mind food reviews or food challenges, but mukbangs kind of weird me out. They overly focus on the mouth and gorging. Oh, I see. I know almost nothing about it, but isn't there a dude named Nikocado Avocado or something like that who was doing videos like that where he would just eat and then he grew extremely fat? And, well, I don't know if he's morbidly obese, but he's definitely obese, right? And, well, that's quite dangerous for his health. So I hope he's doing okay despite that. Yeah, it's kind of like gluttony at that point. Yeah, I don't really understand why you would put yourself through that. I mean, maybe the clicks, the views. Yes, apparently it was all pre-recorded. What do you mean pre-recorded? Oh, do you mean that he wasn't doing it on stream like live? He was doing it pre-recorded and then posting the videos. As I said, I know nothing about that. Like all the gorging videos from years ago. Honestly, I have never watched a single video like that. I mean, I always say to each their own. We all have different tastes in what we like to watch, what type of content we like to watch, but yeah, this thing is not something that I really understand because, it puts your life in danger. So why would you do that? Well, I just don't understand. He had lost all the weight a long time ago. Oh, that's what you meant. Oh, I see. Well, I guess it's good. But if I'm not mistaken, the fact that when you gain so much weight, it will have lasting consequences on your body. So even if he lost the weight, the damage has been done. Maybe he recovered partly, but it's still dangerous. So yeah, I mean, it's good that he managed to lose the weight because it will help with his health in general. Still, I feel like it's just putting your life in danger for no reason. I just finished installing update in reverse and then another update pops out and it's 2 times bigger. Well, I mean, it's been a while since you've updated your game since you haven't played, so of course. Yeah, I don't know, he used to be vegan, then he went into a spiral. Oh yeah, what happened to him? No idea. Apparently he lost the weight, so that's great for him, I suppose. But yeah, I feel like what you said, Swavy, was right, that he went into a spiral, probably because of the fact that people were watching him and probably encouraging him to do it as well. I'm guessing. Willow rises with great effort, furiously stamping the floor with her prosthesis in the process.
Excuse me? I don't remember having asked you for a running commentary.
Yeah, no, that's actually called a conversation, Willow. I know you're not used to it, but soon you will have to get used to it, because I don't think Tooth Fairy is going to leave you alone. Don't know, stopped following news after his reveal. Ah, well. Yeah, I actually wonder, what does he do now? Because he built his entire channel, I'm guessing, around that. So if he doesn't do that anymore, what does he do? Well, I swear if there is going to be another one, well, can't promise you that, Hector. I don't know if there will be another update for you or not.
I'm sure you already know the answer in your heart. You have wisdom and experience.
Who even invited you here? It's time you leave.
I'm here representing our mutual friend, Flutterpage.
Isn't Flutterpage with you? At the mention of this name, Willow pauses and takes a step back.
What for?
I understand that usually the only one welcome inside is Flutterpage, but I'm here to apologize on her behalf.
Apologize?
She places a small jar of snails on the table.
What's this?
An apology gift. She ran off a little before sunrise to collect these for you. She collects these arcane creatures you use to make the lubricant for your prosthesis, right? But she's afraid that you'll get angry at her again, so she asked me to give it to you.
Oh, I see. Now I'm the hateful, angry, wicked witch.
That's not what she said, but you have to understand that a child does not think like an adult, and she can't take your mean words.
No, you're not. The things that these people say about you, they aren't true. As I mentioned, Flutterpage wanted to apologize because, quote, she didn't want to break your heart.
Aww.
Miss Bartley has told her many things about you. She never knew you're such an outstanding competitor.
Caroline?
Tooth Fairy slowly pushes the jar of snails closer to her.
So, will you accept her gift?
Tooth Fairy has such a gentle voice, I love it. Willow delicately places her fingertips on the jar, neither pushing it away nor taking it.
Ugh, nosy little brat. Where is she now? In the temporary hospital?
You want to see her?
The witch's feature twists like a knot.
Don't push me!
Oh, calm down. That escalated quickly. She pulls the snail jar closer to her.
All right, it's my own fault. I shouldn't have treated her that way. That what you wanted to hear, is it?
I mean, at least you're acknowledging it, but you don't have to be angry about it.
Fine, then. You'll have what you want. Just take me to her.
Why do you have to ask that in such an angry voice? I mean, I know why. I understand perfectly, but, I'm still asking the question.
What?
Yeah, VA is on TikTok? Oh, I don't have TikTok, so unfortunately that won't help me a lot, but maybe I'll still try to check it out. Flutterpage cautiously peeks out from the edge of the doorframe, her wide eyes scanning the room for any sign of danger.
Miss Willow.
At this point, there is no turning back.
Fine. Come on in then.
Oh no, she's still crying. Unable to deal with her emotions, tears well up in Flutterpage's eyes once again.
Stop your crying. Listen, I shouldn't have treated you so wickedly the last time. And the time before that.
And the time before that, and the time before that. Sorry. Tooth Fairy gives a silent nod.
Now would you stop that crying? At least not here in my...
Of course, that is how it would end. Without a moment's hesitation, Flutterpage charges toward her. Oh, do we get a scene with her hugging? Willow's hands open and close like a spider, raising its front legs in fear. What? She's not sure whether she can catch this chaotic bundle of rags.
Oi.
Bang. She manages to catch her, only to be knocked back to the floor. Well, that was to be expected, especially if Willow has some problem, standing. So, well, yeah. Had to expect that. Happy Owl laughing at kids crying in 4K exposed. Well, I've always told you I don't like kids. So it all makes sense. I never lied to you guys.
I'm sorry. I'm really very sorry. I swear I won't break into your house no more. I'll only come in when you let me. I'll do anything you ask. Say anything you need me to say, miss.
She unconsciously looks to Tooth Fairy, only to see her full attention is directed at the Uluru floor ritual painting on the wall. Willow gently taps the back of Flutterpage's neck through several layers of old clothing.
So, could I still come around again sometime?
Willow presses her hand to the girl's mouth, stifling her sobs.
Stop your crying first, lass.
Okay, I'll stop crying.
If only it were that easy to get a child to stop crying. Just ask them nicely. With a soft push, Flutterpage drifts into the air like a sheet caught in the wind. Even with the removal of Flutterpage's weight, Willow is left on the floor, unable to get up.
Can I help you?
Flutterpage moves closer, reaching out both hands in line with Willow's. She takes the offered hands and rises steadily, the sudden gust of wind helping her find her balance.
Enough. Enough. I've had too much of this for one day.
Too much socialization. Shoot, the ads. I had snoozed them twice already, but I guess at some point they need to run. By the way, I'm gonna be rank 45 and I will get the free 5-star free box with 5-star weapon. I'm guessing that it's gonna be a standard weapon. So should I get the weapon for my Verina or for my Rocha, if it will even work? I don't remember which one is which weapon Rocha uses, so I can't really tell you. I'm going to wait until the ads are gone before I move on with the story. But to answer your course, let me think. It's the sword, I think. Wait. Overall, the sword, for the 5-star weapons, the sword is probably the best out of all of them. The second best would be the gun, I believe. And after that, the broadsword, and finally the... Oh, I forgot about the gauntlets. I mean, to be fair, usually any standard 5-star weapon is better than any 4-star weapon. Usually that's how it works in Wuthering Waves. That being said, if you're really looking into what would be the best, the absolute best weapon out of all of them, it would be the sword. And then the gun, I think. But the sword, I'm absolutely sure. The gun, I'm not sure if it's the second best, but the sword is definitely the best to get. It's gauntlets. Oh, I don't really know then. I mean, the 5-star gauntlet would still be better than the 5-star, than a 4-star gauntlet on Rocha. 5-star is the highest in that game, right? Yeah. In Wuthering Waves, 5-star is the highest rank. I guess I could get the pistol for Mortafi. Yeah, you could, but Mortafi actually has a good 4-star weapon. I don't remember the name, unfortunately, but it is a weapon that gives him concerto energy. You should try and look into Pridewin to see their build guides as to how to build the characters. That should give you a better idea, a more complete idea of which weapon to choose. But the thing is that overall there are a lot of sword characters, so going for the sword is generally recommended, especially if you're planning on using, you know, the what do you call that, the rover, the main character. You could put the sword on the main character, for instance. That is the weapon that I have on him, and it's very good. Now, to choose between Orocha and Verina, I think it would be better to get a 5-star weapon for your Rocha, because she's a DPS. Well, she's a sub DPS, but still. She's a damage dealer, so I think that the weapon would have more of an effect on such a character rather than on a support. Honestly, for the supports, you can slap pretty much any weapon on them. Well, not any weapon, there are of course more optimal things. But like, I think that my Verina is rocking a 3-star weapon at the moment. I don't remember if I actually changed it or not. But at the end of the day, what will really help you clear Tower of Adversity or any kind of content in the game, it is going to be your DPS, right? You need your DPS's damage. The only thing that a weapon will do for a what do you call that, for a support character is maybe help them build more energy or concerto energy, for instance. Which is great because it will help smoothen your rotations. So that's nice. But at the end of the day, if you don't deal enough damage, then your rotation, it doesn't really matter. I use Spectre Rover for my Phoebe, and I could use Havoc Rover too for my Rocha, because my Phoebe is already strong anyways, so it's better to balance teams. Then have one OP team because I need 2 teams for the tower. You actually need 3 teams for the tower because there are 3 towers. You have the left tower, the right tower, and the middle tower, which is the hardest. So you actually need 3 teams for that game mode specifically. So I think, yeah, you should probably go for the sword and put it on your Havoc Rover, or Rover in general, because the sword doesn't change depending on which rover you're using. So yeah, you can just slap it on him, and you could even use it on other characters later on when you get other characters that use a sword. And on top of that, I mean, I don't know if you've ever pulled on the standard banner character, or the standard character banner, I should have called it that, but I don't recommend it. Do not use your standard pulls on the character banner, use your standard pulls on the weapon banner, because you can choose the weapon you get. It is not a random weapon that you get, you can choose the weapon on there. So eventually you can get all of the standard banner weapons. So yeah, there is that. I think I gave you all the advice I could. And the ads are gone, so we can resume with the story.
Would you mind if I politely asked you to leave?
Oh, wait. She's becoming polite, guys. I think she's changing. we are seeing character development.
You do have a black fog to chase after all, don't you?
Well, I mean, I know that you said that you just had a lot to deal with, but maybe you could help us, you know? You could help us get or understand what this black fog is, right? Do I build pity on both banners no matter what banner I pull? No, the pities are separate for the weapon banner and the character banner.
Just so you know, it truly has nothing to do with me.
At least as far as I can remember. But I do believe that the pity is different between the two.
Miss O'Hagan.
Call me Willow, child. What else do you want to say?
Would you let the food stay in your tummy for a bit longer? Eat a little more. I don't want you to be so skinny.
Well, we were talking about people getting obese. Apparently Willow is definitely not on that track. Which I suppose is good, but the other way around is just as bad because becoming anorexic is just as dangerous for your health. So, yeah, you have to find balance. Balance in all things, just like Thanos said, you know? I'm at like 65 to 70 pity on the standard banner character. I guess I will pull on it until I get the 5-star. And then start pulling in the standard banner weapon. Yeah, I suppose you might as well get the 5-star character from the standard banner. But afterwards, I would definitely recommend you to stop pulling on that banner. Because the standard banner characters are not bad by any means. I mean, well, Vertin is good. The rest, who else is there? Wait. Let's not talk about Ling Yang. I forgot his existence and I was quite happy with that. Jianshin is not bad, but she's kind of clunky to use. And honestly, Verina is just better. They don't perform exactly the same things, but they are both kind of used as support characters. Although you could use Jianshin as a DPS, I guess. The Electro guy looked cool. Yeah, but that's Kalkaro. That one that is difficult to play, you said. Yes, he is very difficult to play. I tried to make him work, but unfortunately his kit itself is quite clunky, so unless you are going to try to really master the way of playing him, basically, unless you're Chinese, it's not going to work. Because the only people I've seen playing him properly are Chinese players. I mean, I assume there are also Western players or God knows from what other country players that are playing Kalkaro properly. But it is quite difficult and it will require a lot of investment in terms of time for you to develop the skill for him. We must balance the population. Thanos the goat. Yeah, what happened to Thanos? The poor guy, man. He had a simple plan. He had a simple idea. How's the balance in WoA? I keep seeing that gunslinger guy in my For You page. Gunslinger guy. I'm guessing you're talking about Mortefi. Does he have red hair and a white coat, Dom? And the balance overall, I would say, is pretty good. So far, there hasn't been real power creep in the game. I mean, the game is fairly young, but still. Because, like, for instance, we have Phoebe, who is the very new 5-star Spectro Element character, and she's a DPS, right? And despite that, Jinshi, who is the other Spectro 5-star main DPS, both of them perform really well together. Not together, sorry. They perform really well separately. They have their own niches in a way. So yeah, the power creep in this game is more about the niches themselves. So you can have both Spectro characters to be great, but they are great at separate things. So they don't really compete against each other. Jinshi is a nuker. Phoebe deals more with frazzle type of damage. So yeah, it's different things. So I would say that overall the balance so far has been really good. Let me see. I don't even think Poland knows about other gachas than Genshin. I mean, maybe not. I don't know. I can't really tell you. Mortafi the goat. Yes, he is the goat. I don't know if he's 4-star or 5-star. White, I think. Yeah, okay. If he is a red hair with white coat, that is Mortafi. He's a 4-star, and he is very used. He is a sub DPS that is used mainly in conjunction with Jian, who is basically tall Xiao. he, because he's tall, he's green, and he uses a spear and does wind damage. So yeah, he's mostly used in that team comp, but you can probably use him in other team comps. I haven't actually looked at it. My first main for like 3 days. Then I stopped playing, started again, and got Phoebe 2 times. The one that leaves the illusion. Oh, you mean Alto. Ah, never mind. No, you're talking about Alto. So when you said white, you were talking about his hair. I thought you were talking about the coat, but no. Alto has white hair. And he's also a gunslinging dude. Yeah, he's not that great. He's a 4-star from the base game. I mean, he came out in 1.0. He's not really great, in all honesty. I mean, overall, in Wuthering Waves, there is a lot of skill requirements from the player. So basically, you can... what do you call that? You could play any character as long as you have the skill to do so. And the build, of course. You have to have a pretty good build. But one thing that is, really interesting is a character called Danjin. She manipulates her own HP. Basically, she loses HP, and the more HP she loses, the more damage she deals. And then she can heal herself. So she is self-sustaining. And she's a character that is used by a lot of people as a solo character. She doesn't even require a team. Technically speaking, of course, if she has supports, she will deal more damage. But a lot of players like the challenge of solo Danjin. Basically, they use her and only her, and that is not because the character itself is strong. I mean, the character is strong, but it is also because these players have the skill to play Danjin properly. I have Danjin. She is built. But I don't play her all that much, and I certainly don't play her solo because I don't have the skill to do that. The one that leaves illusion, I've seen him on a solo DPS, no switching, just unga bunga, not gonna lie. It's kind of fun watching. Yeah, his kit is kind of fun to look at, but as I recall correctly, he's not as strong as other 4-stars. But as I just mentioned, yeah, you can play basically any character you want. As long as you have the skill to properly deal with the character, and properly do, not the rotations, but properly utilize the character's kit. Arlecchino? Kind of. Well, I suppose you could call her kind of like Arlecchino. Although, well, yeah, no, she uses a lot of basic attacks and skill attacks, technically. You weave in and out. She has a specific combo between her normal attacks and skill. And then you have to use a charge attack to then deal a lot of damage and also heal. So, yeah, there is kind of some similarity. Although, technically speaking, Danjin, she's a Havoc type character. That's her element. But in reality, she uses her blood in order to fight. So the red sword that you see, that's her blood. So yeah, she manipulates blood. It's really a cool concept, in my opinion. Sounds fun. I have 2k hours in Monster Hunter, so I feel like I'll get used to it. I don't know Monster Hunter that well. I've never played these games. But if you like challenging combat and very different types of gameplay depending on the characters, then you would probably enjoy Wuthering Waves. Although I believe you mentioned that unfortunately your phone can't handle it. But Wuthering Waves, I mean, the kits of the characters are very different, are very varied, in my opinion. And like, it's not like you just press skill and then press alt and then do some auto attacks. because there is a mechanic inside the game where you have to charge a specific bar, and depending on the character, that bar, once it's fully charged, it doesn't do the same thing depending on the character, and you don't have to do the same things to charge the bar depending on the character. So yeah, every character is, or rather feels unique thus far, you know. The only thing that's stopping me is that I don't have a PC. Yeah. It's a kind of an expensive ask. PCs, they definitely cost quite a bit. Bro, what the fridge? Another one, and it's 4 gigabytes. Well, good luck with that. But you haven't played for a month, so of course there will be some updates to do. Yeah, that's fun, not gonna lie. Yeah. Really, the strongest point in Wuthering Waves is the combat, and honestly, there is almost nothing bad to say about the combat. It's really fun, it's engaging, it's challenging. Oh, never mind, there is one caveat. The one thing I hate about the combat is the fact that sometimes some enemies run away from you, and that's very annoying. That's very annoying. When you do your entire rotation, you kill the entire group of enemies except for that one guy who ran away. And then you have to kill him, which will make you waste time. So yeah, that's a bit annoying. But other than that, yeah, the combat in Wuthering Waves is probably my favorite out of all the games I play. I mean, Zenless Zone Zero's combat is really good as well, and I would say that the combat in Wuthering Waves is closer to Zenless Zone Zero than it is to Genshin's, for instance. You go a booster mob. Yeah, no, those mobs, they piss me off. We do have some grouping in the game, but it's not much, in my opinion. I'm gonna need to install another update before I will do this one, bruh. The endless cycle. That's what you get for stopping playing the game, you know. The game is taking its revenge on you. And as for what you mentioned, Swevi, the grouping, we don't have a lot of grouping, in my opinion. Like, Jian is capable of grouping, sure, but even then, in the Whimpering Waste, there were some wolves, and these wolves, I'm trying to remain polite, these wolves would not get grouped by Jian's burst, so that was really annoying. Rocha is also a grouper, yes. We also have Yang Yang or Yang Yang, I never know how to pronounce her name, and Jianxin. I believe these are all the groupers that we have at the moment. Technically speaking, Jinshi can group a tiny bit, and same thing with Camellia. She can group a tiny bit. It's really tiny though. So we don't have great options for grouping yet, in my opinion. Especially, I don't really understand why Jian's Resonance Liberation does not pick up the little wolves. Sorry, these wolves have annoyed me because they keep repositioning themselves further and further away from you, so you can't actually hit all of them, and since you can't group them, then they keep getting away. Anyway, I'm going to get back to the story. I feel like I've yapped way too much about this. Willow pries Flutterpage's arm from around her waist, gently pushing her back. I feel like a lot of you would definitely love to have your arms around Willow's waist.
All right, now leave me be, please.
Tooth Fairy takes Flutterpage's hand, and as they leave the room, the old house sinks back into silence. There is no sound save for the heavy ticking of the grandfather clock. Yes.
She's seen too much of this embarrassing side of me.
To be continued. What about Chi-Chi though? You just need her C7 and she can do everything. Well, I'm still waiting for her C6. Oh god, now that I feel like now that I've said that, I've jinxed myself. And I'm going to get Chi-Chi instead of Wriothesley. And this reminds me that I forgot to read this thing. That thick stubborn. Some liken it to pea soup, others to the famous Spartan black broth. Heck is that? It is 10:30 in the morning, yet even by the window the page cannot be read without a lamp. I set the journal by the sill, lit the lamp, and returned to find it layered in fine coal ash. Best to refrain from keeping the windows open for now. On the Thames, visibility is so low that feeding the swans is a hopeless task. I hear their mournful calls but cannot see them. Their wings beat against the smog like warnings to retreat. Records suggest fogs like these are unusual for this reason. Cases of tuberculosis are on the rise. While I have no firm statistics, the overcrowding in hospitals and sanatoriums tells its own story. By tea time, visibilities improve slightly. The bus lamps barely pierce the fog, their faint glow the only evidence of their passage. Not good. Now my chest is starting to burn too. At the hospital, there is talk of a black fog capable of flattening buildings. Supposedly, one hospital was claimed in such a disaster. A tiny tornado? No, didn't look like it. Either this is a macabre joke, or someone should call up an arcanist to investigate. They probably should. I mean, I guess that is why Tooth Fairy's there. Rishtig? I don't know what you wrote, Ktos. I'm so close to C6 Diluc. Well, you know what? I would trade my C5 Chi-Chi for your C6 Diluc. Well, you don't have him yet, but I would trade. Because I have a C1 Diluc, even though I used to be a Diluc main. And unfortunately, I have a C5 Chi-Chi. So, yeah, there is that in my life. My unfortunate life. Life's Essentials, a compilation of potion recipes from popular books such as The Common Household Potions Handbook and Anyone Can Be an Alchemist, Simple and Easy Brewing Techniques. Do I actually have to read that? Lubricating Ointment, Snail Mucus, Acacia Sap, Scraped, maybe? Yeah, scraped. Swiftlet Saliva, Vulture Feather. Well, that's all that... You know what? I was hungry. I think I'm not anymore. Oh, this is interesting. Or just use 50 bottles of regular balm and endure the pain until it subsides. I guess it does show Willow's state of mind, but I feel like we already kind of know what she's like at the moment. And what did you write, Ktos? Where is Google Translate? Google Translate, come on, you can do this. I believe. You're absolutely right, cowboy. Okay. Still don't know what you mean by that, but okay. Time to build a physical DPS Chi-Chi. Well, technically speaking, I suppose that is her best use, right? My Chi-Chi is not built, but I don't really have any plans to building her. I'm trying to build my Writhsley, even though I don't have him. I'm farming for him, and hopefully I will get him. Because I do need a bit more cryo in my life, but I'm very much afraid now of Chi-Chi. Raining fish. What you need are sharp eyes to spot, value, a touch of arcane skill, and a talking hat.
So, I dreamt of eating a marshmallow last night, but it tasted like rubber. And the next day, my wife asked me why I ate the cotton she had in her nose.
Okay.
I said it's because the air was so dirty that I wanted to block up my throat. And she laughed.
I suppose this is what they call British humor, right? Yeah.
Of course. She says it might be better now that I can't shout and holler whenever someone scores.
Huh. A burst of static fills the air as the radio's owner changes the station. Thank God.
These are the highest level of professional arcanists. Their abilities lie far beyond the limits of our bodies, our perception, and everything else.
I give up. I'm gonna play something else and do the update tomorrow. Imagine there will be a fourth update. 10k megabyte, 10 gigabytes. I hope not, at least not for you. But no, not 10 gigabytes. I don't think so. The updates in reverse are not that big.
Arthur, mate, do you know what you're doing?
Go on then. Be a little louder. May as well let everyone know a trusted servant of His Majesty's government and his talking hat are hiding out in a pile of litter.
What the What are they doing? 1 gigabyte for 2.3 on my phone. For me on PC it was 1.9. So yeah, it's rather small, all things considered, honestly. It's not like the 5 to 10 gigabytes per patch for Genshin or things like that. Although no, let's be honest, I don't remember exactly how big the Genshin updates are. So yeah, I don't know. But I do know that the game is taking a shit ton of space on my hard drive.
Oh, that's what you're worrying about? I guarantee you, no person in their right mind will think that a brilliant mind such as yourself would decide to hide in a rubbish pile pretending to be a potato.
Pretending to be a potato. I love that line. Yeah, and they're planning to lessen the size? 2.6 news? Really? What do they want to reduce? The game is already rather small, right? I don't actually know how big Reverse is in terms of gigabytes. I mean, the first one was like 1.5k, 1.5 gigabytes. Second one was 3 gigabytes. And this one is 4.7, so I don't know. Well, yes, but that's because you haven't been playing for a while, and I think it's been more than a month if you've had this many updates.
Ha. Since when did you become a comedian?
I learned from the best, mate. Once I'm back in Oz, I hope to be awarded the title of Duke of Sydney Slapper.
I was wondering what he meant by Oz. I suppose he means Australia, since he made a Sydney joke. I guess Brimley is our Sino.
Not that anyone gives a toss about titles of nobility back home. We've got more important things to worry about in the Redlands down under.
Probably optimize some stuff. Yeah, I guess so. Especially because in Reverse, I suppose they could make it so you could remove older files of quests you've already done, but it wouldn't make sense because you... what do you call that? You constantly replay old chapters in order to farm. So no, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, I guess optimization is the only thing I can think of. And thank you for the hydrate, Swevy.
You know, Brimley, old chap, you don't have to be a duke to be above people. All you need is someone tall enough to wear you on his head.
That's what I was actually going to say. He doesn't need to be anything other than a hat in order to be above people.
Bloody oath, mate. Like I'd let anyone pop me on their head. I'm an intelligent being, not a bloody accessory.
Shh.
A small monocular peeks out from...
Look at that sailor over there. See the ropes in his hand? That right there is presently the most valuable material in all of London to me.
A rope?
Right, a bit of rope. And what about it, mate?
It's essential that I have it for my invention. We'll just wait for him to throw the ropes into the pile here, and then we'll be off. Just as simple as that.
What's that rope and what is your invention?
Come closer. Closer. Ready now. He's nearly here. It's no longer useful to you, son. Just throw it down.
You sound kind of creepy, mate. A bowl of freshly extracted fish guts is poured over him. Ah, nice.
Mate, there's a lot of good that's come of being awakened. I treasure all the adventures we've shared. But I'll tell you right now, I wouldn't have awakened if I knew I'd end up in a rubbish bin covered in fish guts.
I don't think you have a choice of awakening, right? Kind of like being born, you don't choose to being born.
Just a little mistake. Just a little mistake.
What are all these for, exactly?
Mr. Fogg gestures for Brimley to come closer, then with a proud whoosh, opens the large sack he's been filling over the last 3 days.
These are my collections so far. A klaxon, a watering can, a fishbowl, and...
Has he gone mad?
A chamber pot?
Oh. Despite his lack of facial features, Mr. Fogg can sense Brimley's disdain.
You've gone full bonkers, mate. You're the fog walker. Aren't you ashamed of hiding in rubbish, stealing old junk?
It's not junk, old chap. Every piece here will be invaluable to our work.
I'm still waiting on you explaining how exactly. Mr. Fogg's face hardens as he turns his gaze toward Brimley.
Each one is a necessary component for my invention.
What is your invention?
Your invention?
For... Ahoy, sailor! You over there, please wait!
Mr. Fogg's attention is clearly still fixed on the sailor.
Would you mind terribly leaving us those old ropes you've got there?
Good lord, he's down for the sanitarium at this rate.
Yeah, I have no idea what this scene was about.
Move along, no pushing. Everyone will have their chance to vote for their favorite competitor.
Wasn't this... Oh, never mind. I thought it was an image that they reused from a previous thing. Maybe not.
Oi, Sweeney, you only pushed me out of the queue. Good bloody job, mate.
I'm voting for number 007, Molson.
No, that would be James Bond.
Molson? The first timer? Not all your life, mate. I'm down for 005 Bartley. She's the top seed.
I don't remember who 005 was in the James Bond series. I know that there was one dude who was 006, but I can't remember his name. I believe the actor who was playing him was... Oh, what is his name? Sean Bean, right? But I don't remember the character's name, though. So Bartley, Caroline is number 5, apparently. Well, good on you, neighbor 2. Vote for Caroline. The alley is full of stalls for the Uluru qualifiers. A crowd of people is gathered, their faces painted with Uluru symbols in anticipation of the event.
3 days to the qualifiers. Vote while you still can.
Perry the Platypus? You mean 005 is Perry the Platypus? It could be fun. It could be a very worthwhile James Bond movie to watch if Perry the Platypus is in it.
Sir? Oi! You over there with the black brolly. Come on over and vote for the winner. Oi, mister, stop your pushing.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
Sorry, mate, we're on patrol.
Sir, we have a situation over there.
Let's follow them.
Now introducing the competitors for the Uluru London qualifiers.
Bartley! Bartley! Bartley!
I don't know, I forgot. Never mind, he's Agent P. Wait, that's the actual name of the character? Or are you still talking about Perry the Platypus?
Oi! Who pushed me?
Ouch! Mind your step, will you?
Me? Was you that pushed me, weren't it? You should be the one minding your own feet.
Arthur, I think we're only making things worse trying to move through this crowd.
Looks like we found our troublemakers. What do we do?
Keep up with them and bring him in.
Yes, sir.
I'm talking about Perry, okay. Well, maybe he is indeed Agent P, you know. maybe it's going to be a spin-off for Perry the Platypus. I suppose I will keep this team. I mean, it's always worked for me, so might as well keep
Program
going.
activated.
Ah yes, I suppose the game wants us to
Loading.
use, what do you call that? Negative status or debuffs.
Keep calm. The light that illuminates all.
But I mean, death is a form of debuff, right? So, there you go. Works rather well.
It's just you and me, Master. Do 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 do.
Not to... Yeah, never mind, but there is a specific part here that kind of constantly attracts my eyes. It's kind of hard to miss. I mean, let's be honest. The dress is made for that, so, you know. I mean, not made for that, but it does... I don't know the English word for it. Put an emphasis on that specific part of her body, you know. So I'm not at fault here. The view is there. I'm just enjoying it, you know.
Arthur, next time, don't get me involved. I think I'm feeling sick.
Can a hat feel sick? How does that even work?
But he gave us the rope after all.
Mr. Fogg grins as he looks at the small length of rope in his hand.
Stop right there!
He turns his head and there, standing behind him, are two constables.
Seems you two rough sleepers are wanted in connection with a fight breaking out on Cross Street. I'll ask you to come quietly and cooperate.
Wait, what?
Mate, say something.
Wonderful. Now I have everything I need for my experiment. The properties of this sea-worn rope should be able to conduct the large particles into the purification vessels.
What is he going on about? I'm guessing he's trying to make an invention to remove the fog. That's my best guess, but I am kind of lost at this point. Day 2 of farming for Yaimiko and her weapon. Today we are at 3,300 primer gems. Well, you have 2 temples. And I don't remember when was the last time Yaimiko reran, but I think you're probably good for a while, so you should be able to guarantee her and her weapon. Well, maybe not her weapon too, who knows. But at least you should be able to guarantee her by the time she reruns. Unless you decide to pull for another character in the meantime.
Mate, shut your gob for a minute and listen.
Yes, perfection. But how to measure and screen the size of the particles? We will need more sophisticated equipment. Huh? Why am I being handcuffed?
Did you not notice the 2 police officers that are arresting you?
Because you're being placed under arrest, sir.
The moment the 2 constables draw near, they freeze in place.
Wait a second.
Their eyes widen.
Mr. Fogg, is that you?
Well, yeah. Oh, and by the way, hello, Mihai. Hope
Bloody
you're doing
hell.
well.
Are you seriously telling me you recognize Fogg before me? How many talking hats do you know?
Terribly sorry, gentlemen. I might not have recognized you through all this fog, were it not for that iconic umbrella of yours.
He has an umbrella? I've never seen any umbrella.
Oh, naturally. Just as I've somehow failed to recognize the 2 ignoramuses that tried to handcuff a hat.
Oh, right. I mean, the written part, the subtitles, they said that they were handcuffing Mr. Fogg, which made sense, but how would you even handcuff a hat? How does that even work? The shorter constable gives a series of subtle eye signals to the other.
We're sorry again, Mr. Fogwalker and Mr. Brimley. But we do need to ask you some questions. What with you running around, disturbing the peace and making all these strange things you've got there?
Oh, I didn't steal anything. This is all just rubbish, and it's for official business. I'm going to lift the fog from London.
The two constables pause for a moment before their faces break into awkwardly sardonic smiles. I don't know what that means. A sardonic smile?
I see. All just a terrible misunderstanding then.
I guess maybe it means mocking smile?
Naturally, a bit of old rope, a car horn. Unmistakably the latest in technology.
Well, maybe he's about to use that in an arcane ritual, and, well, arcane rituals are certainly very strange.
Anyways, mates, best we let you go. You've got a city to save.
Yeah, I suppose they were mocking.
We'll be off now.
Well, at least they're gone. With the handcuffs removed, Brimley takes a moment to stretch. So they did manage to handcuff the hat? Because in this sentence, they implied that Brimley was indeed handcuffed. How did they handcuff him? How does that work? I need an explanation.
Glad that's over. I'm no fan of handcuffs, even if I don't have any hands.
A little quiet, old chap. I'm just in the middle of a thought. How might I assemble it?
I'm sorry, mister, but I just heard what happened.
Huh?
Neither of them had noticed the little girl who had appeared before them. She looks only half as old as Flutterpage. Wait, how old is Flutterpage?
Did you say lifting the fog, mister? Are you really going to get rid of the big, scary fog monster?
Well, he's gonna try. She blinks, her eyes bright and sparkling as she stares at Mr. Fogg like a little goldfish in a tank.
Will that mean you can cure my mummy?
That's not what he said.
And bring back the blue sky?
That could happen unless it's cloudy for some reason. I mean, it is London we're talking about. Brimley glances at Mr. Fogg.
Right?
When no one responds, the little girl grows anxious. Reminds me of the Anakin and Padme meme, you know. I don't remember what he says something and she's like, it's not going to be that, right? Right? Anyway.
And then we can still have the Uluru Games, right?
You should stop asking questions, little Lisa, because things are not going to be pleasant for you if you have these answers. Her eyes dart back and forth between Mr. Brimley and Mr. Fogg, looking for any trace of comfort.
My mummy said if the fog keeps sticking around, making people sick, then the games won't come.
A faint sob starts to creep into her voice. What's up with all these sobbing children in this game? Mr. Fogg crouches down and shakes his sack of treasures, spreading them out on the ground.
Mate, this really isn't the time or place.
A klaxon, a probe, a spoon, and a spool of weathered rope. Assembled like so. Perhaps using a large pot, or a baby's bathtub.
Yeah, I know, I'm guessing that he's about to perform an arcane ritual. But yeah, I have no idea how he's supposed to use all of that. To be fair, I don't know how arcane rituals function or how they work. He furrows his brow, absorbed in the task in hand. The girl gets on her knees as she leans in to get a closer look.
It will still need a touch of the miraculous.
He gently blows into the base of the glass vessel. There is a crackling sound as a few sparks of light flash briefly in the glass container. Before long, a tiny, steady light is glowing within.
Voila!
It's breathing.
Oh, so the klaxon is absorbing the fog. I see. Still no idea how it works, but okay, great. At least we have a machine. The machine hums as it draws in air, filters it, and releases it through the other side.
Yes. The Uluru qualifiers will not just be fog-free, my little friend. They will be sunny.
I mean, that's great. I'm happy. But I'm guessing if her mother is sick, I'm talking about little Lisa over there. If her mother is sick, I'm guessing she has tuberculosis, right? And lifting the fog is not going to cure tuberculosis because the bacteria is already in her system. So she's still going to die, which is quite unfortunate, I suppose. I mean, maybe Tooth Fairy can help. I don't know the power of eating fairies. You know, maybe it can cure tuberculosis. Hopefully.
But I'll need some help. Would you and your friends join me in this project, young lady?
The little girl's face blushes red.
Yes, I'll help. I'll ask my grandpa, my mummy, and Auntie Martha to help too.
The more the merrier. We are going to build the largest fog purification machine on Earth. The London Air Pollution Auto-Detect Cleaner.
The Lapad-C? He's really not great at naming things, is he?
That just looks like a great honking big vacuum to me, mate.
That's because that's exactly what it is. We back with the old hag.
Sulis, Sulis, all life's offerings I bring, as sacrifice to you from the growing spring. The light will sprout within the world's egg lay. Your endless quest brings parents' joyful day.
Parents' joyful day.
What are you, a parrot?
After hanging in the upside-down pose of her ribbon dance for an hour, Willow finally decides to break the silence.
Fine. Keep on then. Annoy an old woman to death if you like.
How old is Willow? Wait, no, Dom, you actually said she was 25. Why would she call herself an old woman? If she's old, what am I? I'm older than her. Come on, please, Willow. Have some respect for an old man.
Another bad mood, eh, Miss Willow? This one's your worst this week. I counted it up. Every 32 hours, steady as a clock. You start scolding me, scolding the plants, the ants, even flowers.
I feel like the game is calling me out with the 32 because we were just talking about age and I'm about to turn 32. So yeah, in a couple of weeks actually. So yeah, thank you game for reminding me that I'm old. Because apparently Willow is 25, is old. Well.
I thought we'd agreed. No more peeking round my house without permission.
Yeah, but you didn't kick me out. Did you? And you gave me some rye bread and lemon jam. Don't quite know why you keep trying to act the big meanie, Miss Willow. I know you're a softie now, deep down.
That's what you call a tsundere, Flutterpage. One day, if you ever watch anime, then you will understand. Rip. The ribbon suspending Willow finally gives way, sending her quickly to the ground. She hits the floor with a heavy thud.
Miss Willow!
Ouch! Oh, it hurts.
Well, yeah, you just fell.
Are you practicing for the qualifiers?
At first I thought that was Tooth Fairy, but the little image that we see, the silhouette over here, I don't think this is Tooth Fairy, is it? A distant voice reaches her. The corner of Willow's mouth twitches. Oh.
Hello again, Miss Swan.
Yes, I was going to say that. It is Caroline, right? Yeah, I remember her head shape is more round than Tooth Fairy, because Tooth Fairy has her hair down. Anyway, a blonde woman stands on the other side of the garden fence, her face half covered by the curled stems of carnivorous plant. Oh, hope she doesn't get eaten. To be continued. And I suppose we shall continue tomorrow, because we've already been streaming for 4 hours now, and well, we've only managed to go through 4 stages. I am just as slow as yesterday. You know what? For my YouTube thumbnail, I wondered if I should put stage numbers, you know, on it to say that we are going to go through these stages. I was right not to do that, because I wanted to go through at least 8 stages today. And, well, I don't want to be sitting here for 8 hours straight. Especially because today I went by the 4 hours of streaming without taking a single break. Well, the ads ran, but I remained with you guys all along. So, yeah, I'm getting tired, I'm getting hungry. So I suppose this will be it for today, and we'll continue on tomorrow. By the way, I have to admit, well, it's nothing to admit. I have to say, I really like the story so far, and I really like Willow as a character. Let me switch scenes to the just yapping scene for a tiny bit. There we go. I should probably change my my scene because it's white. And no, I'm not trying to be racist. I'm just saying that because white can hurt your eyes if you're in a dark room or stuff like that. I usually prefer dark mode. You know, when I'm doing anything in general. Although I guess maybe my character wouldn't be seen properly on a dark background since himself is quite dark, especially his, what do you call that? His coat thingy. Oh, perhaps I could use a red one, the one I use for my profile picture. Never mind, I'm getting off. Wow, that is not what I meant. I am going off on a tangent. That is what I meant to say. Yeah, we are going to continue the story tomorrow as planned and as it has been voted on stream yesterday. I have no idea how many stages we'll go through tomorrow. Hopefully a bit more than today, but I can't guarantee anything. That being said, tomorrow we will start the stream early, or rather, we'll start it on schedule. But tomorrow, since it will be Saturday, right? Tomorrow is Saturday. Am I insane? No, it is indeed Saturday tomorrow. Great. That means we start the stream at 4 p.m. Central European Standard Time, so 2 hours earlier than the rest of the week. So maybe we'll have a bit more time to go through a bit more of the story. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that we'll probably not finish the story tomorrow, and hopefully we can finish it on Wednesday. That means that I might not do a Zenless Zone Zero stream next week. Maybe not. We'll have to see. Because I think I will probably stream Honkai Star Rail. Maybe. You know what? It will depend. Perhaps I won't stream the new story of Honkai. But I actually genuinely liked the story of Honkai Star Rail. We'll see. I will think about it. I will ask for your opinion as well. But that's for me to deal with later. For now, we are going to end the stream, especially since some ads are going to run. So before the ads run, I will run myself away from the ads. Sometimes I do wonder why I speak, because I say some things and they don't make sense for some reason. Anyway, on that note, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you tomorrow. Whatever time it is for you, I wish you a great time, and goodbye to you all. And then that's it. For some reason, I keep yapping even though it's supposed to be the end. Goodbye. Oh, God.